Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I got distracted. I'm sorry, cause I did a stream yesterday morning, but one of the things I didn't do yesterday when I got back into streaming. Oh, hang on, I also need to fix that. Hang on a second. Ding dong. There we go. I'm back. Hi everyone. Welcome, welcome. Oh, hi Sash. By the by, Sash. Question: how do I fix this? This is my thumb up. This is my thumb down. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Like... Also, like, come on. Oh, do I really have to have, like, my... Like, Anywho's, no, I'm bored. Good going, 47%. Also, hi there, Nano Gamer. Welcome to the stream. Amazing profile icon, by the by. Bone Mass Dog. Excellent work.
Hello.
Good for you. Hello. I can't do a thumbs up. My thumbs are broken. Oh, like I'm using Vignon. Like that looks like it's reading the default position is down. Like oh my god. Like oh look at that. Oh. Like, look at this thumb. Because here's the thing, is that, like, me doing this doesn't make sense visually speaking, because when I go and check the, leap motion sees that the thumb is pointing up. Did you mess with the VRM? Like, I tried, like, I had the moderator, I had the artist Wolk fix the, like, I originally had them fixing the pinky. Like, that was the first thing I checked. But as you can see here, it's doing some fucky nonsense. Also, the index finger, as you can see, like, oh my goodness. It's not perfect, I will give you that. But we're right now using Vignon as the, get out of the way, cable. We're using Vignon to do all the leap motion stuff. So there's that, and then but you know, face-wise, I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing better than most. So why are your hands broken? Because I'm trying not to use VC face in order to do the tracking and what have you, which is why, like, when I look over, sorry, I'm looking over here when really I need to be looking over here. I'm not even looking straight. Hang on a second. Let me just like look straight. Boop. There we go. All right. So, rather than using like 3 or 4 different programs to try and do all the tracking and then the rendering and then putting it into OBS, I am right now using just one program. I'm using Vignon right now, which is what I've been using for, that's sort of been like the one that everyone sees and what have you, but the tracking has not been, like, as you can see, it's not perfect, as you can see. Like, look at this. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Oh no, the Zeebs' hand is broken. Yes, the Zeebs' hand is broken. It's not like... And I'm not too sure, like, why... Because, like... That's the thing, is that, like, I don't understand why this hands would be broken. But the thing is that, like, in VC Face, it does an entirely different... So, actually, like, give me a second. Let me see if I can get VC Face up and running, so then that way I can, like, do a very quick demonstration as to... Renee! The Rosenrot Moth? Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. The Rosenrot Moth. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I'm just going to get VC Face running so people can sort of see a difference. So, like, this is me, like, in Vignon. Like, there's all kinds of motion, but, like, you know, I'm kind of cheating and being able to, like, look left and right and what have you, as you see here. I don't exactly have a lot of, like, upwards and downwards, like, rotation with my neck. But if I get VC Face running instead... One moment, please. I don't even need to have it, like, running the avatar. I just need it running the exact same avatar. I just need it to run a avatar with similar bones and what have you. Give me a second to get it running. Please don't crash. What is that? Oh, other question. Are you using Sprout 2? Yes, I am using Sprout 2. I'm using Sprout to do the projection from me and Vignon into the Whatsamahoosies thing. So, all right, hang on a sec. So, alrighty. So, not avatar selection. Cancel that. So settings, general. So soon phase. It's doing the leap motion. So there we go, and then it's sending the information, and I'm animating the jaw bone. All right, here we go. So, I go into my Vignon now. I go into mode, I go into settings, And I'm gonna not use the eye facial mocap. And I'm going to turn off the leap motion tracking. So now it's just using the, and as you can see here, it's a little bit, also I need to, boop. So, it's, like, there's a different sort of style, as you can see. And, like, oh, and here it is. It's like, watch this. I'm going to turn my neck left. Right. Up. This is me, like, looking up at the ceiling right now. Down. This is me looking at my chest. My chin is on my chest. And then it's like, and then it's back here. And then it's like, hi there. And then thumbs up. Look at this. The thumbs up isn't perfect, but look at that. It's up. The thumb is up. Like, the only thing that doesn't seem right is like when I put my fingers together and outwards. It's not perfect. But yeah, so that's what my what all the tracking looks like when it's being done via VC Face going into Vignon. But it's not like 100% perfect, because like here's for example, like this is me with like my right eye like closed, but it doesn't like stay closed. And then I do it again on like the left side, and it's like, you know, it's properly closed, but and it will actually like stay closed. But for some reason the right eye doesn't do it. And so there's all these kinds of things. Look into node graphs. There's a additive bone rotation node you can probably tweak. I will look into that. All right, so I need to turn back on the leap motion. I need to turn back on the eye facial mocap, and I need to turn off. I need to now turn off VC Face, and then let me look back forward. Boop. Wait. Boop. There we go. So yeah, so you're waiting for Xenoverse 2 to finish reinstalling? Ah, nice. I've not played any of the Xenoverse stuff. But yeah, so like mine does not do that. Why are your hands broken? Did you mess with the VR? Well, here, okay, so, and I'll send you screenshots and such of what my model looks like in Blender before I, you know, or what it looks like in Unity, because it's probably more important to show you what the model looks like in Unity, because that's like, you know, when the model is at rest and all that kind of such. But yeah, so you want me to look at node graphs, and you want me to look at, what was it that you wanted me to... Oh, there's calibrating eyes and blinks. Oh my goodness, that's a button. All right, keep head straight towards camera, eyes open. Press D when ready. All right, here we go. Keep head straight towards camera, eyes closed. Turn head left about 40 degrees, eyes open. Okay, how much is 40 degrees? So, like, that's 90, so I guess if half of that ish is, like, I guess that's 40 degrees, is it? Turn head left about 40 degrees, eyes closed. Turn head right about 40 degrees, eyes open. And then it's probably going to want me to do it again, eyes closed. Yes, it does. Calibration complete. For best result, please also turn on linked eye blinks with values 0 and 0.01. Alright, let's have a look. Linked eye blinks threshold 0.01. What does that look like on my... Right? Left. Right? Less than 45. Yeah, okay. I'm doing my best, alright? I'm doing what I can. Alrighty, so, and then you're saying that there's a node graph, or... Alright, so apparently I can... Let me create a new graph, and I'm gonna call this graph, bone/blend shape adjustments. Alright, so right now it's active. Alright, and also, actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this over... Let's move this over to the play area. And... Alrighty, so this is what the thingy-majiggy is. You're saying there's an additive... Add bone rotation. Okay. Left foot, right foot, left hand, right hand, left toes, right toes, jaw, left thumb, paroxical. Okay. So, I then have to... What the... Bone. But yeah, all there is like, you know, adding, setting the rotate, like... Leap motion status. So, when the right hand is, like, detected... I'm guessing... proximal locally rotations 1 3 10. It's not doing... I don't know what the right thumb proximal is, okay? Delete that. Alright, well, this is fucking useless. Can I delete this graph? Yes, I can. Cool. Anywhoosies, we're gonna go into Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial that allows you to go through the entirety of the A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion and award-winning Stormblood expansion with no restrictions on playtime up to level 70. Join us today! Let me just change my shirt real quick. There we go. We'll do it properly. We'll do this properly. We'll do the shirts and everything. Hopefully that's not too loud for everyone. Dun, dun, dun. We're not yet up to Dawn Trail, I'm sorry to say. I still have patch content to go through. Who knows? Who knows how far we'll go into the patch content? I certainly do not know. Also, props to the developers. Despite the fact that it took me 5 hours yesterday after I did the whole, you know, trying to reinstall drivers, uninstall useless applications and all that. Despite the fact I had to go through all that nonsense, at one point almost losing control of my entire PC and couldn't even log in, even under safe mode, and having to do a system restoration, despite all that, I got Final Fantasy XIV reinstalled and working again. So hopefully... Hello, Demon Cobra. Welcome to the stream. Or is it X-Demon Cobra? Hello there. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. So yeah, so despite, like, I had to do so much desktop supporting on my day off. I had to fix my own PC. What did I miss? Did someone say lever? No. I had to just... Erg. Now, actually, no, let's stick as... Oh, no, we can't stick as the Dark Knight because we need to be the, we need to be a level 90 character in order to do the level 90 quests.
Pull the lever.
No, not the lever. Alrighty. We gotta now talk to Zero. Dun, 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 dun.
Everyone is so carefree.
Yes. Some people are like that.
Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness. And how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant.
Normally they don't have
Such
to worry
luxury is a
about
loss
that.
to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end. At times, a literal one.
Sipping
We
Time
forge
sponsored
covenants
by
with
Bone
men
Lasted
and come here
Dog.
to feed.
I literally just took a
Or
drink
to
of water,
die.
but I will take another sip.
I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos.
So yeah, so she's the Void Arc spirit that
Lives
was
were tools
summoned
to him.
by
He used and
Xenos.
discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone,
Goodness.
he behaved differently.
I do not
And
know
I
who that
cannot
is.
fathom why.
I do not remember them, I'm sorry. Also, I missed out on some key dialogue.
What was
I
it
feel.
that drove him? What made him choose such an end?
Combat. Xenos did not give a shit about anything except a good fight. He was
Hey, you
combat
can't spell
sexual.
nutrition without
There's
nut,
nothing
am I
about
right?
that man.
He nutted to the blade.
He is dead and we are all better for it.
That is true.
Why are you here? Was there something you needed?
I think we're going for another escapade into the what's-a-mahoozies. Oh, Sash.
So you're heading back now.
I used the benchmark to like make some more
Then as per our bargain,
characters
I
and
will
such
go
like
as
that. Let
well.
me get a slideshow going. Hang on a second. I need to open up my I need to open up my photos. Ding. No, you're all good. She was probably just talking about this app can't open. Check the store for more. I'm sorry, what? My Photos app is broken? That's a critical thing to have broken. Although, to be fair, I did break my PC, like, twice. So... You going to eat? Nah, not to worry. Please don't crash. There we go. Alrighty then. One moment, please. So... I created some... I created some brand new, what's-a-mahoozy, fellas. Some new, photo app. Oh, no, we're okay, Sash. We're okay, Sash. Everything is okay. Now, on to more important things. I have created some... I created some different Warriors of Light using the benchmarker for my future Fantasia and what have you, okay? So, over here, we've got Mikote Grant. And, like, you know, he's got, like... It's got, like, the sort of the gray... The hair is, like, this dark gray, and then it gets lighter on the back. I've tried to keep to this hair color for a lot of the different species that I have not been before. Or he's got like a little goatee, like he's got a little like, you know, 5 o'clock shadow thingy-majiggy. He looks pretty cool. Then I've done, this one is Elizin, so this is like the, so this is the elf species, same sort of thing, where it's like sort of this dark hair thing. This time around, rather than going with like the weird back knot thing that I had with the Mikote did not have amazing hairdos, and I wasn't going to go for a pompadour for my hairstyle. I cannot do a pompadour. As much as I would love to have, like, you know, nice, tall hairstyles like what my zebra has, I'm not going to try and accomplish that in Final Fantasy XIV with a fucking pompadour. That's pompous. These are my OCs and I love them. These are alternate, these are shards. these are different shards of the Warrior of Light Grant. So this is the Elizin. He's got the sideburns. He's got a little scar on the cheek. Eek. And then this one here is the Ura. Now, amazingly enough, this one I like more than the Mikote. This one I think is a pretty good one, cause like here's the thing is like he's got the tall hair, he's got like the different like almost the stripy like colors. I gave him the little horn caps. Ab's like, look at him, he's pretty cool. And then I ignore fantasy. This is what my character is right now, as you all recall. Also, really not much difference there. This is the Rogadin that I had back when I first played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, back during the free trial. This is what GrantZeebs looked like back in the beginning and what have you. Why are we skipping No, you didn't see anything, okay? You didn't see, like, ignoring that. All right, here we go. ignoring all the fems. you didn't see a fem Rothgar. You didn't see a fem Vieira. Moving on, we're now on to the Rothgar. This is what I first created during Heaven's Ward. So this is what my Warrior of Light looked like during Heaven's Ward, and until the patch content. There were no ladies. I don't know what you're talking about, Sash. There are no like lady grants. There are no lady grants. So yeah, so like, you know, this is him with the fangs and the what have you. And then because we have to, this here is a human. This is human GrantZeebs. He's got like the little stuck up hair at the front kind of thing, and he's got the same sort of like light colors but mixed in with the dark arc. He's got a 5 o'clock shadow. He's got a scar on his cheek. He looks pretty cool. And yeah, that's it. There are no female Grant Warrior of Lights. There is nothing of the sort. Oop, wrong way. Oh, wait, no, fuck it. Yeah, let's go that way, so then that way I can just teleport to the Mega Huta. So yeah, there's no Femroths. None. Are my eyes even doing like the darting thing, or am I just like illusioning it when I look this way? Hang on. So if I go like, yeah, okay. So they are doing the thing. So and it's like dunk dunk. All right, minimize you, full screen you. Nice work on getting a 2 kilogram mackerel. Oh, also I need a. We're no longer. There we go. Oh, hi, Sash. Oh, hey, you got the chocobo. You got the chocobo, thingy. The chocobo brush. Nice work. Alright, Vashan, we have things to do. Wait, are you gonna be using me to go into dungeons?
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
Are you gonna use me as like a what's-a-mahoozy, like as your tank pass in the queues?
What is it?
Can't read what you're saying. I'm in the cutscene. I don't think that was planned, was it?
He's calling.
Oh! So, like...
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
Did he, like, hear something
It was
and then...
for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
The Ashdaya, as far as I know, is currently getting, like, you know,
I thought she
aether
was in
sucked
the
by all
void.
the different void scents, so she can't
As
be
did I.
here.
Yet the presence was unmistakable.
Oh my god, why
Thus did I
does
call out,
Estinian's staff look
Only
so
for it to
fleshy?
fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately
I'm
turned
bored,
back.
okay? And I play healer. I don't need your tank cues.
I do not
Yeah,
know.
but could the Pictomancer play as healer?
Could she have found a way home?
Anyway, we'll focus on Estinian's
The how of
rod,
it
like,
aside,
just after this,
if
okay?
she was indeed
Because, like,
in
I
the
think you guys need to
there may
understand
be
just how
clues where she
weird
came
it
through
looks.
that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say?
Look!
Beyond the bounty. Garlemald.
As good a place to start as any.
I didn't think there was any, like, void.
My apologies, Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return.
How about I just get you to suck on some aether and come with us? You're a Reaper. You'd be useful.
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
Oh, okay.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well.
I think Ashdaya is not here.
Very well.
And
We would
one of the
welcome your
void
company.
scents that's been, like, sucking on her aether all this time is, like, tricking.
If it's decided.
Look
then
at
I'll
look at his
contact our
look at it look at
associates
it
in
look at that
Garlemald.
look at the spear he has. That is not metal.
It's me.
That's not like a pearlescent
talking
metal.
everyone's
That
ears
is like
off, I
a
trust?
piece of dragon.
Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous
Although
at
his
Tertia.
armor looks really cool. Yours, not so much.
We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Hmm.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
Gods revel, lands tremble. Okay, so we're literally just starting into a patch. Which patch is that? Post and Walker. Gods revel, lands tremble. That's patch 6.3. We just we're starting patch 6.3 then. Yes, 6.3. Also, hey, there they are. There's Sash. But yeah, look at this thing. Go. Look how fucking weirdly fleshy it is. Like, okay, maybe it's more like flesh and more like weird bumps for rust, but it's not following rust colors. Like, what the fuck is with the... This like don't make sense. Short. Look how short she is. This is like the weird lily things. Also, where'd Sash go? Hello? Oh! She, look at that, she like... It's bone, it looks more like bone. Look at that. Because Astinian is right there. Oh, because Astinian is a quest giver. That's why I don't see her, because it's like, that's useful. Won't get trolled now by peeps. Like, look at this. Look at this. Are you wearing? Oh no, you're not wearing. You're not wearing glasses. Okay. What is with the book? I'm not bald. Ah, I'm bald. Ah. Oh, cool. My hair's back. That's cool. And there's the fox. But yeah. Oh, you got a little corsage. I don't remember you wearing the corsage thingy-majiggies. All right. Anyway, back to Astinian. Astinian! He's the Azure Dragoon. Remember, Luke Goblin Syndrome is a horrible...
paid me to say hi, long time no see, do you remember me? You probably don't, but look at your band list. Less than 3 Bible thump.
What?
Did you see it?
Hang on. Block report. Click to learn more. Oh, it's doing a weird thing. Hang on. Timeout. You're not banned. As far as I know, you're not blocked. No. So this is a weird thing. This is a weird thing, Sash. This is like back when I was using Commander Root for something, it decided to, like, instead of banning them or you know, putting a timeout on people, it would just randomly start blocking people, which is different. Blocking people don't block people from your channels to do redeems and what have you. Instead, what it does is it just stops you from seeing their messages and such. Like, I have not seen a single, like, that's the thing. It's like, there's no messages. It says they've not chatted in here. And then there's, like, you know, no comments, no mod actions. Like, there's not been anything, which is the weirdest fucking thing. It's so confusing. And, like, I've checked this person. They're not blocked as far as I know. That's not what Wild Saber said? No, it's not Wild Saber that said it. It was... No, Wild Saber did a Did You See It? The TTS bot was done by Demon Cobra. I have no idea what Bible Thump is. Oh, Bible Thump is the whatsamahoozies. So yeah, like... I'm gonna... Alright, so I sent a hello via Whisper. Hopefully they see that. Fingers? What the... Oh my... What the fuck is up with my thumb? Sash, I broke my thumb. I broke... What the... What the fuck happened to my thumb? Hang on. I think I remember what happened. How do I reset bones? Bone reset. It was... This is my right thumb. Okay. Hello there. Right thumb. Okay, that's fixed the...
Demon Cobra paid me to say I can't chat cause my phone number is on that account and I forgot a password. You banned me because I was under 18.
Oh. That would do it. If you're still under 18, you really shouldn't be here. there should, like, here's the thing. The original account, fun fact, rather than creating, like, separate accounts to try and, like, dodge bans and what have you, you can actually do a unban request. That way I have a means of, like, you know, being able to, like, that, rather than having, like, a different account altogether. Is on that account, and I forgot a password. You banned me because I was under... Yeah, well... no idea which account that you would have come from and what have you. I don't exactly keep track of the people I ban and what have you. Well, granted, Twitch keeps track of the bans and what have you. Alright, cool. Cool. Thumb's fixed. Yeah, cool. Thumb is fixed. By all accounts, Azdaija is Golbez's prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be that she managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is mere conjecture. If we want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let us make for Tertium.
Wild_Saber1337 paid me to say, remember Loot Goblin Syndrome. It was a horrible addiction. If you know anyone inflicted with it, call 1-800-Adventurer Help Hotline.
Dazarus is a kobold and is a hoarder, and they are going to be under the Loot Goblin Syndrome, if I knew anyone. Alright, cool. So there's Shash doing a few things. Oh, we're teleporting. Oh my god, look at your Stola. Look at that fit. Crazy. But yeah, there should be... Hang on a second. I'm just gonna go back to my, stream thingy-majiggy. Twitch, recover, account, phone number. How to recover Twitch account with phone number. If you don't have a phone number added to your account, we're sent to... How do I find my Twitch account with my phone? You can check which accounts are linked to your phone number via the recovery tool. Twitch.tv/accounts-recovery. Enter your phone number, and then I don't know my username in the second step. Oh, nice! So there is a way for them to figure out who they are. Cool. Moving on. Also, I need to figure out, like... Why is it that someone can, like... Weird. Ex-demon, like... Like, I can monitor them, I can restrict them. Like, if I banned them because of a attached phone number, would it be nice if Twitch would just be like, hey, this is an account with a banned number, rather than just me fiddling around and shit. Estinian.
Any moment now.
Any moment?
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
Oh, Alphino! Oh yeah, because he's helping out Garlemald and shit. Oh my god, look at their Paddington Bear jackets.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
They look like the coats that Paddington
You get
Bear
used to
wears.
It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Cool.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
Demon Cobra paid me to say, I just wanted to ask if my parents are okay.
Though the
with me
worst is
being
behind
here,
them,
are you?
the people still have a long road ahead. With the nation in ruins and the leadership void yet to be filled, there remains a lack of direction, a pervasive sense of aimlessness and worry.
Still, everyone wants to...
Okay, you're making no sense.
And we're here to help.
Then I would ask that you stop.
A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
Sounds Sounds like quite the undertaking. Hi there, Incineroar. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right.
It has not been easy. But we've been able to make progress thanks to the cooperation
check the
of
moderator
like-minded
tab and
souls.
see if maybe that will have something.
The allied nations continue to send
says-
supplies,
yeah, there's no
which
mod
allow us to meet
actions.
basic needs such as food and shelter.
Whisper's done nothing.
Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration
12,
initiative,
2023,
with more and more
following
volunteers
since
joining
February
by the day.
2024.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time. But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
That's a lot of nuts!
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
Batch recording tool, predictions. Request you receive will be...
The 13th. After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
Can't see anything on your... Yeah, no.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be
Watching a
denied.
stream and a streamer banned me as a joke. I've been unbanned immediately, but it says I've been phone number banned. I don't know how to fix this.
You could have at least invited me, too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
If a phone verified or email verified account is suspended site-wide or banned at the channel level, all accounts tied to that number or email will also be suspended and or channel banned. You also won't be able to use that phone number to verify additional accounts if it already is tied to a suspended account. To access these settings... To access these moderation settings, navigate to the dashboard, select settings, then moderation. Ding. Dong. If someone's being... it's a Twitch issue. Probably. And here's the thing, is that my... Hang on, so settings, moderation. My ban list, like, it should be relatively short, but the thing is I also share a ban list with Wolk, Code, and Blue. So if you've been banned in any of those 3 channels, you're gonna be banned here as well. Actually, no, you won't be banned. You'll just have a monitored restriction. So no, you won't be banned here. Here, you'll just have, you know, us seeing a few, like, you know, a little thingy-madiggy of, oh, hey, like, let's see, ban evasion is off. Turn on ban evasion detection. Here we go. Likely evaders, monitored. Save. Ding. Auto mod rules, there's some moderation. Block terms, I don't really have any block terms. I've done a whole number of, like, permitted phrases. Banned chatters. Oh. You can share, yeah, you can share ban lists, and you can choose... So, check this out. So if I go, I can send a request... It's over in your settings, moderation, shared ban. So if I go and type in Sashera, I can then send a request to Sashera, and it tells me they're an affiliate and a mutual, and that I am requesting their ban list. And the thing is we can share our ban list as well. And you can choose the restriction... So when you're sharing your ban list, you can choose whether or not to share your channel's mod comments with mods in the channel you're sharing ban info with, and then you can choose the restriction level on those that are found in the other person's ban list. So for me, I've set it to monitoring. Alrighty. Some chatters will need to have a verified number. So first-time chatters in my channel must have a verified number. Chatters without a verified phone number must have an account older than 1 month. And... yeah, so it's those things. Verification exemptions. Subscribers, VIPs, and moderators will not require verification. So yeah, that's for chat. I have no email or phone verification requirements for followers. Unbanned requests are private. but you can only do it like within 2 hours. Stopped banned users from viewing the stream. Follower mode is off. Tools, pinning messages is a thing. I don't block hyperlinks because I think that's just that's a bit of a weirdy thing. Let's see. Hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing okay. Auto-tune, lo-fi. Devil TV, Watson, Beast, the Newt Boba. I've got some weird names in here. Twitch.tv. Oop, can't spell twitch.tv. Let's see. Go to Cobra 2. Happy to rejoin one of my favorite furry streams. Nice! Thank you so much, Het. I really appreciate it. I have, blah, blah, blah. Where's my brain at? Thanks.
Cobra Yoshi with the 33-month tier 1 sub. How do you make an idiot say how?
I don't know, Code. Do you know? Look, I know you wanted to, but I am smarter than the average idiot. Thank you very much. You want someone. Here's the problem: is I feel like Australians and Twitch streamers in that Venn diagram, like you need to do it not during like a they're about like you've got their attention and then you know they're like now focused on you and such like that. You need to get them when
how you came to work together.
excuse me. You need to get them when they're deep into conversation, what have you, so they're on tangents and everything. Not like, oh, first interaction with them. Hey, do you know how to make an idiot say how?
To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Is that so?
Zdemon
I think
Cobra
we'll get along
demands you
just
drink.
fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source.
For that one.
Somewhere in the far north. Perhaps even here in Galmald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have. In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants. While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ajdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible.
So,
alternatively,
theory.
the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Yeah, and that kind of goes against the function of the original Babel, because you need to give it Aether in order to make the the portal bigger, I'm fairly
Well,
sure.
summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Okay.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Serious? We went. How did you think we got to Aziz's Law?
Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper Order.
You could say it's
That
a
would indeed make an excellent
soul
start.
society.
Though the question of how to get there remains.
Nailed it.
Euless may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Oh, code. I made some. I did some blah 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 blah. I did some whatsamahoozies. Some new Also, did I attune to this? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. All right. Also, check out map guide. Here we go. Nope. Monkey. Wrong one. Wrong one. Monkey. All right, and then wah. Look at this silly monkey. God, could you imagine this flying to your campsite? Just this fucking, like, King Kong just ready to drop a human with an axe. And he's just like, he's just flying his way there. I think I'm going the right way. Yes, I am, Z's. Alright, cool. God damn it, Tatsu! Why you gotta go steal my shirt? I need this shirt. Yeah. Ugh, sorry. Someone seems to be scratching some bowls. You need it to bat? You need it? You just had a... Then get a towel! Get a silly towel then. Get a bath towel. They're big. They're bigger than my shirt. Oh, Grant, what a welcome surprise. Thank you for the hyper himbo hat. And I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies, should you require any. We're not here for supplies. We're here for info. Apologies if we interrupt, Jules, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. There is a matter that we wish to discuss. Open up the dialog box to enable disable auto text and click on the cog in the... Apply to voice dialogue only. So like that. We've just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. This is about the Void Scent. I'm gonna be real, I was gonna look for that in the system configurations, and I would probably take fucking forever trying to find it. So, thank you, Sashera. I greatly appreciate it. And of course you have to throw Cactar at me, Sir Dragon. How dare you, Sir Dragon? I am the streamer! It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? Yes, they had a village there in the Lapis Manalis cavern. The Scythe wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time, they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of magic saw them fall out of favor. And when some were unmasked as insurrectionists, the order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. My sister has been taken captive by Voidsent. I sensed her presence in this land and have come in search of her. If Voidsent have been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphino tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one we have is broken down. Should still be over in Cerulean Ingens, where it was abandoned. My goodness, this has some crazy fucking, like, names and themes. Like, goodness gracious. Oh, also, I need to close that tab. I need to close that tab. I need to close this tab. I'll keep the no clip open. There's an advertisement running. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hang on a second. I need to open up my text document. Thank you, Little Incineroar. You have reminded me that I'm going to need to include something in my notes for the GrantZeebs model refresh. Bubble butt. Bubble butt for starters. And then I need, so where's shape keys, non-destructive changes? Texture. All right, so armatures. Chest. Actually, so proper. So, utilize all Unity areas of humanoid armature. So that would mean up. So. Inclusion of area for upper chest, jaw. Actually, hang on a second. What's the... So, Unity armature humanoid areas. Where is the image? Where's the list of here it is. So... Where is it? Here it is. So, inclusion, sorry. Inclusion of optional Unity, body area. So, inclusion of optional Unity bones. So, that would mean chest, upper chest, shoulders, so, chest, upper chest, shoulders, toes. Toes, so inclusion of optional Unity bones. Chest. Central. Chest. Just chest control bone. Or. Pecs. Pec bones. Belly bone. And. Butt bone. There we go. All right. Thank you, Little Incineroar, for reminding me of I needed to add some notes to the zebra thingy-majiggy. Nice mount. Is there anyone who can fix it? Perhaps the former engineer at Tapper's Den. Their duty included transporting Cerulean tanks to Juntra Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. Ow, what is up with my... Ugh. Do you ever hate it when you've got, like, pajama bottoms on, and the pajama bottoms are, like, really loose. And so what ends up happening is that they're either gonna, like, sort of pull at the balls, or they're gonna ride up into the crack. Have you ever, like, is that a thing? Is that a problem? Or am I just, like... Am I just wearing pajama bottoms incorrectly? Granted, these are, like, loose pajama bottoms. They're meant to be... They're, like, you know, they're the Bond's, like, bamboo pants. So they're not, like, you know, active wear form-fitting things. They're not, like, you know, clenching the butt in the bulge, so they're not, like, you know, all over the place kind of thing. It's really fucking loose. Like, I've even, like, caught my heel onto, like, the cuffs of the pant leg, and over time have, like, caused a rip in them, because I'm just going, like, because it's just going dirt, dirt. It's just going dirt, 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 and then rip. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Void Scent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. You hate it when the hairs get caught in the seams. Ooh, that's an interesting one. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well versed in the local geography. Alize, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to Tapper's Den? We can chat on the way. They've done a really clever job in making it so that you never see her left eye. Like, they've done, like, a really cool job. Oh my fucking god! What the shit? Where the fuck did you get those? Was that from the Dawn Trail stuff? Hang on. Okay, confession time. Two things. Number one, I got myself a pair of socks, and they're going to be coming in Thursday, but I need more socks. Secondly, I did go for the Dawn Trail pre-order, and I thought... Oh, here's your registration code for the Dawn Trail digital collectors. Here is your Dawn Trail. Please note that the Dawn Trail full registration code can only be redeemed on the Mog station. Oh, okay, so log into the Mog station, and then so Windows, click here to purchase or enter your expansion registration code. All right, Windows registration code entry, paste, next. Please confirm the details are accurate. Dawn Trail, yep, cool. Registration has been successfully completed. Please check the status of your subscription in the Your Accounts section. There we go. I'll get, if you redeem it now, you'll get it. Yeah, okay, cool. So it'll pop up at some point. Cool. Nice. Well, you two can overcompensate while I go and use the Gabriel Alpha. Look at that. Look at this little guy. Also, cool wings there, Tatsu. Nice work. Wait, can you still not fly here? Click, click. There we go. Alrighty. Oh my god, and she, like, sits in the fucking... Also, who's this? Alright, cool. Dun, dun, dun. Lol, she's just so short. Oh my You're just wearing a halter. What? You're just wearing a halter. Oh, but you're wearing glasses. That's cool. Glad to see the face wear is working. Oh, hang on. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, there they are.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Ooh, got me curious.
Why do you help these people?
Because it's a nice thing to
What
do.
is it that you stand to gain?
Friendship. And
I'm
feeling
sorry?
good.
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
Is this what it's like trying to explain to people why Superman doesn't just turn evil
And there
randomly
I
in the
thought it was
core
something
comics?
serious.
Like,
I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
I guess the question is, what do I stand
Didn't
to
I?
lose? Which is nothing.
I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
To be fair, we're not all of us are like Xenos, where, you know, he's just taking that to like the worst extreme. Oh, by the by, you can also if you didn't have a pair of glasses prior to the patch, you can purchase them from the whatsamahoozy guy. You know the weird the Lalafell in Limsa Lominsa, who's like a consortium or some shit. You can you go to him to pick up like the level 1 gear or the race specific gear. You can go to him and pick up glasses. Oh, never mind. You're good. You're doing your thing. You're survivor. You're a survivor. Ding. We should get back to it, but before we do, are you all right, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No. I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I am ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tapper's Den. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive, so let's speak with the first one we spot. Alright, hang on. I need to change something. Hang on. Here we go. That way, party members are at least going to be visible near the, Why? What are you doing? Nice. Doesn't look like you're trying. Anyway, we got another place to go. Oh, wait, hang on. Are you like level, what? Oh, you're level 82. Okay, you're not that much stronger. I just need to have my enmity on if I'm to do shit. Oh, god damn it. I'm just meant to go right in here. like, just sitting so low into the chair? Like, what? What is up with people looking short in my car? Wait, I know you! You're the one who roughed up the guards! After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help. Whether we wanted to stay here or return home for that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, Alize. The trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions. Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Ingens. We were told you might be up to the task. Ah, so you want to ride the mammoth? I'm sorry, the what? That's what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size. As soon as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to pay your kindness. Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass, and we'll take it from there. So far, so good, Grant. Let's be on our way. No pet. Which one is... Actually, hang on a sec. Which emote is that one? The heart one. I'm pretty sure I have that one. I just don't remember what it's called. It's not the doting. It's like something else. Like, what's it called? It's not the blow kiss. What is... Oh! There we go. Oh, she likes me. Despite all the bullying I do to Sashera, we still friends. Okay, cool. So this is a reasonable trip. Oh, check this out. So if I do a hard left, it tilts to the left and then it tilts to the right. Look at that. Isn't that cool? It doesn't even like greater like degree of turning when you go left and right as well on a motorcycle. See? Look at that. Alrighty, Alpha No. What do you want us to know? Alpha No knows. Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft. I will do everything I can to get her up and running again, but I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big, and so are its parts. Some strong back should make the work go faster. You have hours. You finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye. We have a strong grasp of that area, as well as the sight of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for void scent and other unruly wildlife. Much obliged, miss! Now then, let's all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixing. Okay, cool. They're all going in the correct direction. Excuse me. They have matters here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Grant? Absolutely. How about you, Zero? I will assist you as well. as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. Just roll with it, Alize. Like, let's be glad that, like, it only took answering a question to get help from her at this point. Normally, she'd, like, suck you dry of aether. Ooh. A lemon pie, gyros, and the pianolo tomato salad. Ah, so I say tomato. Ah, interesting. You know when people ask you if you say tomato or tomato? I guess I say tomato. Because normally, like, I get a little bit confused because when people are like, hey, is it tomato or is it tomato? It's like, I don't fucking know. No, because, like, I will go with the first word you tell me, which is normally tomato. So, yeah. Tomato salad. Tomato salad. All right. Urchin pasta, melon pie, gyros, or is it gyros? Is it gyros or is it gyros? Raid! Ripper! Hi! Ripper! Hi! Welcome everyone to the stream! My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. I have recently gone back into streaming after taking a month-long break. This is the second time this week that I'm streaming because yesterday, like, broke and all this kind of nonsense. There's still things about my model and the layout since I've swapped over to Vignon, such as my thumb. Like, look at this. This is the best thumbs up I can do. Heads are for closers? The thumbs up is Sag? Yeah, I know. The thumbs up is Sag. I don't exactly know how to fix it, but Sashera told me that there's like a bone rotation thing. So apparently there is a way for me to like break my thumb when we load up this particular avatar. So then that way when the thumb is like quote unquote up, I just need to force the thumb rotation on both sides to be like forced into a rotation. Ratchet Deadlock on PS3 has a lot of bugs. People missing heads is one of them. Oh, kind of like in my first-person view of VR chat. I don't know if you've experienced this in VR chat, Ripper, but if I'm sitting in a chair or something like that, I can, like, for some reason, I don't know if it's reflected in like when people view me in VR chat, but if I do like the whole seat mechanic or something like that, if I look down just a little bit, I notice that for some reason my neck does like a 360 inside out motion. So what ends up happening is that it looks like my head has like gone, like it's rotated all the way around and then, or like it's scaled inversely. So it's stuck inside my chest or something. But no one has reported that happening when they look at me when I use like a chair with a seat. So it's a really weird visual, like just me looking down at my neck and I'm like, I feel like my neck is like gone inside out thing. But yeah. How was Ratchet Deadlock? Did you experience a lot of glitches? Is that why you're telling me heads are for closers? What, no head? Also, is it also, we have a poll going on whether or not it's pronounced gyros or gyros, or sorry, gyros or gyros. I would question that. So yeah. So we got urchin pasta, melon pie, gyros, and pianolo tomato salad. It's definitely gyros. Thank you, Bappy. Can we get a shout out for Bappy as well? Because that's another streamer as well. Also, Jack, when are you going to start streaming again? You could do some fun things. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilzabad contingent brings in shipments of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertium, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Me? Yes, you! Yes, you, Jack. Is there another Jack in the group? Is there another Jack in the chat? Shout out if there's any Jacks in the chat. Probably this month, maybe. Art Fight Month. Ooh, Art Fight Month sounds good. Alrighty then. Also, I see none of my moderators are doing their job. So, here we go. First one to get the shout out proper is Jack the Crow. They're an artist. They might do some art fight. Look at him. Look at that crow. Oh, crow's gone. But like, you should go check out that crow.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
What have you done with my boy? You little shit.
Yep, sounds like a grandma. Just, you interrupt her cooking at the cauldron, she's like, you little shit! Well, Grant, it looks like you're with me then. Void Sense sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Eblam Rim. Shall we? Oh, that reminds me. Hang on a second. Quick question. I have... If any of you know, in massive online multiplayer games, and especially in Final Fantasy XIV, you can sip a potion and you can, like, change your appearance. There is a quest over in Ul'dah for me to get a potion called a Fantasia, so I can do that. And it's and because I can't, like, this character here, this bunny you see before you, he can't wear any hats. Look at Sash. Look at the Makote. Look at her wearing fucking hats. Like, what? She's wearing a hat right now. She's gonna do a mime thing, and then she's gonna, like, show off all the hats that she gets to wear that I can't wear because I'm a fucking bunny. And apparently bunnies and Hrothgar aren't allowed to wear hats. I can't wear hats either. Yeah, but that's because you're a femme Hrothgar. Like, look at her. Look. Hang on, I need to move some things, all right? Look at her. Like, look at Sash over on the left here. This is her with her hat. She's a Makote with her little fox. And then over there is Tatsu. Actually, hang on a second. Let me try and make this even. All right, here we go. So, ignore the fact that there's a weird fairy in front of my face, but this is... Hang on. This is me, GrantZeebs. I am a bunny in the game. Why am I a bunny in the game? Because I thought the bunny men would have hats at this point, but they don't have hats. The lion men do not have hats. The bunny men do not have hats. And they released the Femme Hrothgar, which is this one here. This is the tall built lion lady. And then over here is Sashera. She is the Makote. Those are the cat ladies, but not like furry cat ladies where it's like a meow, like and like, you know, proper furry. They're the pseudo furry. They're the Japanese. Actually, I'm looking at their butt. That's rude. They're the Japanese cats. They're the ones that are like, oh, they're cat because they wear the ears and the butt plug tail. They're not really. They're pseudo furry. Any whoosies. But yeah, so I have gone through the character creator and I have created a series of like different like options of races that I have for me, GrantZeebs, to appear as. Now, let me just click some buttons. So over here, we have... over here, we have the... nope. Over here, we have the human. We have the human with like, and I decided to go with like this sort of gray, like this really dark brown, but with the highlights of blonde hair. He's got a 5 o'clock shadow. He's got some light blue eyes. He's got a little scar. And then like, look at him. He looks pretty cool, doesn't he? And also like, if you look, he's got like freckles like me. And then this is a Rothgar. This is what I looked like during the Heaven's Ward expansion. This is what I looked like when I got my Fantasia for the first time. Like, look at this guy. He's got like sort of purple kind of eyes. He's got the long fangs. Unfortunately, they jilt the Viera and the Rothgars. They do not have too many hairstyles. They have like most human-like species, like the Hures, the Elvins, the legal lollies, the Makote, and the Aura. They have like 20 plus hairstyles. The Rothgar and the Viera, 5. They've got 5. So yeah, so this is what my Rothgar looked like. He can't wear any hats. Like this is what he is. He's got a little like loose cowlick thingy-majiggy. And then okay, ignoring her. All right, this here. Heads are for closers. Hi there, Machine King. Welcome to the what? No head? No head, Machine King? How disappointing. But yeah, ignoring the previous one, you didn't see a Femme Viera. This here is a Rogadin. Ow. This is a Rogadin. This is who we got in this is what I started playing as when I first started playing. If we put a Makote helmet on a Rothgar, the Rothgar ears are gonna clip through the top of it. The shapes are completely different. Yeah, that's true. Alrighty, but yeah, so this is what my character looked like before I got the Fantasia and all that kind of such. Hi there, Tabitha Fox. Looks like he looks pretty cool. And then this is what my character currently looks like. This is the bun boy with the gray hair and the white highlights. He looks pretty cool. He's got a little bit of eyeliner. It's to, you know, give it some little effect. Okay, ignore the Them Roth. This here is the Are You Reading Zeebs? What am I reading? Honestly, look, I would want to clip. I just want just let the ears and the hair clip through the hats. All right. Are you? Oh, am I ready? I don't know. I'm currently going through all the different like Fantasias I could possibly be. So what? Okay, ignore that. There we go. So this is what I look like right now. This is what I look like back at the beginning of Heaven's Ward. Ignore her. This is what I look like during Heaven's Ward. And then this is a potential. So I could Fantasia into this. I could Fantasia back into this. We're not Fantasia into that. She looks sexy, don't get me wrong, but we're not Fantasiaing into a Viera woman. We could Fantasia back into this. This is what we currently look like. We can probably retain as that. We can't. No. There is no Femme Zeebs. There is none whatsoever. There's no feminine zebra. So this is the aura. This is the sort of dragon-ish race with the horns and things. He's got like the tuft of hair sticking up like my Zeebs. He's got the blue eyes. His skin is a little bit extra smooth, but it is what it is. This is the Elizin. This is like the elf race. What is Grant on about
My
at the
baby's
point?
dinner is ready.
All right, not to worry, Jason. Not to worry, Code. Hi there, Skyline. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Skyline, check this out. Hang on. You haven't been here at the start of the streams. I have now added a new thing at the start of the streams, and I'm probably going to need to add it into the Just Chatting stream. Check it out, chat. I have a cork board of all the gift art that you ever give me. Like you can see, Sky, all your stuff is on there. I've got something from Zevin. I've got something from I Like Butts. Simon's there. I've even got Sour Cream and Popcat and Bone Masked Dog. Any fan art I get is going on the cork board. Anyway, this is my Elizin. This one I'm like so personal. I think I would like to. My sketch is not up there. What sketch? You didn't send me a sketch. The fuck? I asked in the Twitters, hey, all this kind of nonsense, x.com. Hang on a second. Profile. Media. Give me a second. Let me find the corkboard. Ignore... Don't focus on all my likes and what have you. Look at... I posted about the corkboard, and I've gotten no responses except from Morg. Orc Mom is amazing. She does some amazing artwork. I can't show all of it because she does some, like, really cool titty. Oh, so hang on a second. I also need to double check. Yep, cool. I am still alive. Excellent. And if you post it on X, it's no wonder oh, yeah, because you don't use Twitter. You don't use Twitter. You don't use Blue Sky. But yeah, anyway, but my point still stands. Also, I don't have that one on the corkboard because I paid for this one. I feel like I would be cheating people out from being on the corkboard if I started putting paid artwork onto the corkboard. Because I feel like that one is a bit of a, you know, you use Blue Sky. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, excuse me 1 minute as I really quickly... Alright, here we go. Ding, dong. Copy this. Open up Blue Sky. Let me just zoom in, just in case there's any boobies on the stream. Because some people do... Even though we have set a thingy-madiggy to mark it so that if you have a, whatsamahoozies, if you have, like, boobies and things, that you can't just, you know, throw it up on the stream and all that kind of nonsense, but some people don't mark their shit. Some people are just like, fuck it. They're gonna see some nipples. They're gonna see pussy, and then they're just gonna, you know, have to deal with it. And then later on, the Blue Sky moderation team are gonna go, yes, we're gonna mark this as adult only because you decided to show some very not safe for work stuff on the timeline without properly marking it. And then next thing you know, the guys are just sort of like, oh, who would do this to us? All right, here we go. Bam. All right, there we go. Now Sash can drop the PNGs and such. Hey, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Adult content labeled by the Blue Sky moderation service. Okay, I can't go any further. But if you properly do it, it says labeled by the author. Any whoosies. Back to the images. So this is the aura. This is the Elizin I created. He looks pretty cool. And this is the Makote. This is the Makote I made. So they all have, like, blue eyes. They all have the, you know, really dark brown and the blonde highlights. So that's the idea. And we have all kinds of options available to us. I'll send you it when it's done. Nice. Oh, wait. That wasn't Sashera that said that. I'm still working on a full body piece of you, but it's still in the sketch phase, especially me giving you a big hug. Aww, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful time going through the sketching and the full art phase. I hope you have a wonderful time. All right, where am I going? I am going... Oh, really? I just need to go out just a little bit. Okay, cool. Also, where the fuck is Lidha Luran? No, thank you. Even when you're zoomed in, Zeebs, there's boobies on stream. Oh, because of my pecs. That's what you're on about, Tabitha, aren't you? For a second there, I honestly had a worry of like, oh no, I accidentally showed some boobies. And it's like, oh wait, no, they're probably talking about my pecs. They're probably trying to be funny. God damn it, Ovibus. Let me walk in the wild in peace. Get fucked. Alrighty. She turns to healer just in case I fuck up as a tank. I'm playing as a warrior. I don't need heals out in the wild. I sustain myself through my rage and my bloodwetting. I think that says bloodwetting. Hopefully that is what it is. void scent was spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Broken Glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastwards, and I'll have a look to the north. If you should encounter any void scent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. I love drawing you because you're one of my close friends. Oh! Okay, this is probably going to be a bit of a... This is probably going to be a little bit earth-shattering. I do appreciate a little bit of like the communications and some of the stuff we do. I don't know if I do close friend, however. The reason being is, like, here's the thing. Close friends, I feel like, is a very, very limited group, unfortunately. That's someone that is in both the IRL and the furry friend circles. That is a very exclusive club. There is only, like, so you have to be aware of my furry side and my IRL side. And there is not that many. Are you stealing my, void scent? How dare you? Fine, I'll use Defiance. How dare you? Mine! Don't heal me. I will survive. I'm fine. I am a strong, independent zebra who need no healing. See, watch this shit. Strong. Yeah. All right, so that was one of 4. What? Watch this shit. Oh my god, the fuck is that? An overgrown... That is not a rose, but okay. Okay, fine, I won't help. I just saw in the party chat. Okay, fine, I won't help. You say and don't see anything. Cool, yep, awesome. Over to number 3, sorry. We look around. Everyone has different ways of describing it, so no worries, but we're friends, though, nonetheless. Yeah. Why does the thingy have hole? Why is there a hole in the front with teeth? That is really disgusting. I'm just gonna position like this so I don't have to deal with, like, looking at a spider all the time. Oh wow, that does like 10% damage. Nice. Blech. Disgusting. Blah. Blah. I'm just mad because just give me fucking hats, Yoshi P. It's all I want. Where's the... Oh, there's the destination. There it is. I got distracted by the Ceruleum. I thought, for some reason, my brain thought that was the destination. You survey your surroundings, but do not spy errant void scent. Alrighty, fine. Here we go. Look at Sash sitting in the back seat like a princess. Sitting in the back seat. Look at her. Also, my ears like stick out above the windshield. That's gonna... Oh, I oversteered. Hang on. Let me fix that. Search for Alize. Oh, she's dealing with the spider herself. Cool. Knock knock on Grants Johnson. Please don't. Also, who the fuck is Rebecca? I am so lost, Tabitha.
All finished, are we?
Yes. I am a professional, thank you very much. Are you seriously cold?
The cold doesn't let up out here, does it?
The cold never
They've the
bothered
means
me
to keep
anyway.
everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security.
Yes, but that is going to take a while, and we cannot expect them to do that.
Things
Check
will
your
never be as
DMs.
they once were.
I'm putting that on the. Thank you so much, Tatsu.
Normalcy to their
Is
lives.
it okay? So it's
Maybe
a
that will be enough for them
transparent
to move
PNG. I'm
forward.
gonna put that on the Give hats by
If we're to achieve
Tatsu.
that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
You're doing your best. Anyone can see that. Look, here's the thing. Much like America when they went into the Middle East, we can't exactly expect people to be like a really good deterrent against, like, you know, foreign forces if they're going to be like easily, you know, recipient to us, a foreign force that decides to help him out and such. We have to we have to lose. It's complex trying to give autonomy back to someone that we've, like, you know, broken into in the middle of like all kinds of crazy nonsense and what have you. Rebecca Black, the musician that did Friday. Ah, okay. Still a bit lost on the reference, but you do you. Alrighty then. Hang on. I need to put in the image. Where is it? Johnson. Gift art. You know, copy that. And then 500. There we go. We're gonna put you. If you're wondering what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing right now. So, I'm gonna like try and find a spot, and I'm gonna put a pin in it. This is how I do the pins, by the by. This is the secret to how you make a cork board of push pins and shit. You just layer via copy, and then oop. Donk. Alright, I can get rid of this one here. And then this one is going to move to here. Oh, and then, you know, drop that to there. Link the two. And then I'm just going to do a small erasure like that. So it looks like... So now we can, like, let's just move it down a bit, like this. There we go. How about that? Look at that. Let me just hide the... cork! Isn't it amazing? Save. So yeah. Cork board. And then I'll be able to export it as a PNG and then give us hats. Look, I would love for us to get hats, but Yoshi P is afraid. Corkboard of fan art. Replace that image. There we go. Minimize this. Back into the game. You're doing your best. Anyone can see that.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to.
Cool. Just understand that you're doing a lot of work, and then you know.
Still, I appreciate your support.
Thank you for the emote. Your screen, your PC just blue screened. Awesome.
Haven't gotten into any trouble.
Oh.
I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To to not only suffer him, but so much else.
Back to the game.
She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
So it wasn't just me having problems. Bam. Boom. Meanwhile, at Tertium... Add more hats for the Zeebs. Yes. If I was a Makote, an Aura, a Hyur, an Elizin, or a... Yeah, if I was any of those, I'd have hats. I'm not going Lalafell. I absolutely refuse to go Lalafell.
This feels strangely familiar.
What? How so?
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
He's no longer a mage. He's now an...
Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
What do you call it? He's now a sage. Cowboy hat would be nice. Cowboy hat would be cool. I currently have a cowboy hat mesh somewhere, but it's not a cowboy hat that I made.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Julius is just like, you're part of him somehow.
We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Well, that sounds like poppycock.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
Yes, you just said you weren't friends with Alphino. Normally, many people are friends with Alphino, or they downright hate him.
Sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand.
Well, yeah, you were gaslit.
Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat.
And it took defeat before you accepted their help.
No matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Get along? I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
It's a bargain that you've made, though. It's not a bargain that we've bartered.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
Is she gonna, like, poorly eat a sandwich or something? Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ! The size of the meat bun! Holy shit! Check out them buns! Is she gonna eat it like Rahatia?
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables, usually, that you bake or steam.
Bake. I'd rather... Because that I think that one's a steam.
Recipes in Garlemald, too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right?
Oof. That took some work. Oh. And then you put
I should warn you,
one
though,
in
they're
your
spicy.
mouth.
Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle, though.
The mouth.
Interesting.
Like a tranquil eating food again.
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's just a thing.
Not necessarily.
Just she'll figure it out in like another expansion
That's
or two,
enough
I
for me.
reckon.
I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
That is a fallacy.
Oh, Euless, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I need a better outfit once we get to Dawn Trail.
I suppose I am.
I've never
No
actually
harm in
baked a
that.
meat bun
Acquaint
before.
away.
Oh, nice. She's just eating her.
Everyone is here.
She's just eating this meat
you all
bun.
for
She's
your
just
hard
like.
work.
Hmm?
I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
Gyros. You still think Julius and Zero would make a cute couple? I'm fine with Zero being her own woman. Like, I don't know. She just doesn't. Maybe this is too early to. Maybe you've like told this to me too soon. But I don't see her, like, with, like, a relationship thing. The distressed soldier has ill tidings to share with you. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Void Scent are approaching from the mountains to the east. Their numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. Gasp. What? But Y'shtola and the others! Anyone outside of Tertium is in danger. We must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obliged to help. What's more, death in this world is absolute. You ask me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing. That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough? You're right, Zero. You're not obliged to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the buzz I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be willing to stand watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to get out and see the people to safety. Very well. Unless we can come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. dare say Tertium will be safe enough with Zero here. Let us go and find Y'shtola and the others and assist with the evacuation. Look, I get that there's multiple interpretations of couples, and what's more is, like, there's the option of, like, you know, the classic couple where it's, like, you know, both romantic and sexual partners, and then there's couples where there's all the sexuality, none of the romance, and then there's some with all the romance, none of the sexuality, and then there are couples that just, you know, they vibe. I can see the two of them as, like, just a vibe, but I don't think I could see the two of them as, like, romantic. Tertium will be fine. Julius and his people have weathered far worse. We must make haste to the snowcraft, where our friends in the engineer should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Void Scent. If it comes to it, we must be prepared for battle. I'm ready. Don't you worry. What about you, Grant? Upon departing from Tertium, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. You will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. There is an advertisement starting soon, so I'm gonna say no to the duty just yet. I'm gonna wait for the advertisement to, like, you know, go off before we go into the thingy-madiggies. So, but yeah. The mole delegate. No. Hi there, Husky. Welcome to the stream. Going through more of the Final Fantasy XIVs. There's an advertisement that's going to be starting shortly, so I'm not going to go into the duty that might have the cutscenes and everything like that. I might actually go to the bathroom really quickly while... Once the advertisement goes off, I'm probably going to run to the bathroom or what have you. Yeah, I'm going to head to the bathroom. I am going to go... bathroom, wash hands, grab a drink. Highly recommend everyone else does so. Bathroom break, BRB. So, alright, and then... here we go. Let me do the mambo while I am not here, and I'll give you guys a series of clips while there's a thingy-majiggies, okay? I'm going to the bathroom. It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Meow. No. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do, like, so I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Meow. Oh, Elon, no, you know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen, and he would, you know what? He would have the gall to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly, 100%, you can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. if Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a system. I think everyone was like really close, only because. Rudy, stop it! 250 kilometers in any German vehicle, 20 air skills in any Volkswagen buggy, drag race in a German super saloon, any German vehicle. Why? I'm just so broken.
Yeah, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
Ow. Ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
Shove through your chest.
Shove it
Like,
up your ass.
Look at the.
I'm focused on murdering her.
Look at the titties.
Grant, stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder.
I'm back. I'm back. I have returned. I'm probably also going to need to redo my tracking. Hang on a second. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Hi, I'm back. Congratulations, Lysandra Husky, on the level 100. All right. Oh wait, hang on. I need to eat the. Eat the gyros. Tertium will be fun. Yep, we all know about that. We are now gonna go into the combat. I can't believe it wants me to wear level 630 gear. Because I'm pretty sure, like, I am barely that level. Hi Cap, welcome to the stream. I'm going through patch 6.3 right now. Right now I'm going through the what's-a-mahoozy stuff. The unforeseen bargain.
Lost contact? When? Void sent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
How's it going, Cap? You're currently up to Dawn Trail at this point, though,
If it was
aren't you?
void sent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
Ooh, is she?
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
Zero in her weird.
Ask you to do that.
Zero in her weird logic of like
I'm
debt
far
and
better
payment.
suited to dealing with void sent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
let me remind you, she's doing this because she likes, like, there's probably something here. You are right, Seshara. There might be like a couple thing here, but
don't do anything stupid.
It's a bit of a weirdy thing where the best way she can interpret this is she can't pay him back for the bread if he's dead. This isn't her paying him back for the bread though. This is like something unrelated to the bread, but that's at best just her interpretation. Is like, oh, I am only doing this because he'd be dead. And if he's dead, I can't pay him back for the bread by then.
Damn these demons!
Oh, damn.
Return to the camp. Now.
It doesn't have to be a romance per se, but I think they have a level of appreciation for one another. You think it's cute? I agree, Sashera. If it's something like that, where it's this sort of like mutual, like amorous sort of relationship. I don't know how to describe it. There is a thing where it's like not a romantic companionship, but a companionship nonetheless. Camaraderie. Maybe camaraderie.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
These Void Center probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? What bread? Alright, moving on over. Hi, Cap.
We all love our autistic goat Zero.
Yep. Alrighty, so I've got abilities. A portion of physical damage dealt into HP. Delivered a jumping attack. Delivered an aspect to all near it with a potency on the first enemy.
A deal is a deal.
Pretty sure that's just the Reaper combo.
I cannot let you pass.
How you been liking the graphical update?
The graphical update is cool. The thing that I noticed most was Estinian's sword looking a bit funky. Also, you're a little bit soft on my side. I might need to fix that. There we go. That might be better. Also, hi there, Alpha Wolf. Yes, you are very late to the Ripper raid. They already started talking about head, and I already asked them, what, no head? Oh my god, who the fuck is responsible for that?
Man, I haven't been back here since before Dawn Trail.
Wait, didn't I fight this guy in the tower?
Probably.
What's that? Ah, okay, so it's that guy. And then...
Looks like a meteor marker.
Yep. Yep, cool, so I should be regaining health. It's not a lot, but it should be enough, and then... Ah, I didn't do it at the opportune moment. I pressed 4 thinking I'd get like a Reaper thing, but... Or not a Reaper thing, but like a range throw, but that is clearly not what the Reaper abilities do.
Yeah, I haven't played Reaper that much.
Not good.
Cure. That's just doing increasing potency. 4 and 5, unless you need 40, 180.
I can't. I'll grab my, what you call it.
I did not move that fast enough. Oh, okay. I thought I had to redo that fight entirely, unless this is a failure cutscene. Oh, what the
big must the gate be for their light to come through?
The fuck is this dude? Also, you're probably not seeing what I'm seeing, so...
Is this it, then?
Oh. There we go. Now... Oh, wait. Where'd Cap go? Why'd you move?
Press the wrong button. I'm not gonna lie. I do be kind of stupid
Just
sometimes.
like that time.
You do be kind of stupid. Okay, is this actually a failure cutscene instead, or...?
When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Oh, this is the, That honestly looks like Korthus Highlands. Or the Korthus Hinterlands. Oh, that must be Zero.
Stand aside if you value your life.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
Rude.
You're not
I
taking
just
another
want more
step
oars in
towards that
wine.
village.
That's what the motherfuckers sound like.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
Stupid girl, you're making me look bad. Ooga booga booga.
Oh, and then they use, like, Aether stuff to, like... I'm guessing this is turning them into some sort of, like, void demon things.
I think it's just like a void buff.
Yeah. 2 paladins and a warrior. It's gonna be tough. Or actually, they're technically just... they're probably just gladiators and marauders, actually. Not...
Because they're bitches.
Gotcha.
That's not good.
And now we can get back to our business.
Their armor kind of just blows ass design-wise. Like, look at them.
What do you mean blows
Too much going
ass?
It sucks. I don't like the design.
It's not that bad.
It's too shouty.
I think that's kind of the... But that's the point, though. It's not like...
It is?
Yeah, it's like... It's meant to be, like, you know, this very, like, villain marauder-coded thing.
When I see it, all I hear is, "Hi, I'm a shouty marauder."
Get up, damn you!
I suppose.
Too weak. I need help.
Oh, that's interesting.
Someone, please.
I've not done anything to her, okay? This has happened already in the past.
Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? What? Who?
Oh, neat. It's me and Alphino and Alize as well. Nice.
You. What are you doing here?
Helping. That's what. That's what we do.
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
We're a little late, but we've come to help you. And right then and there, she gets her composure back with a little hat.
Yeah.
If this is actually the 4 of us, then this is actually a full party, technically.
I will let it burn.
Me as the tank, 2 DPSs, and a healer.
Let it burn and rage and guide.
That is
actually
such a
skedaddle.
Sorry?
Wife wanted me. I shall catch you.
Wife, good.
Wife, I'm back. Get wife.
Kill wife. Wife sad. Think about wife.
Think about wife.
Press the attack!
Stop attacking the DPS.
My strength is spent. I'll only get in the way.
Chin up! We'll get through this together!
Split up!
Stay sharp! Watch out!
Everyone all right?
Not finished yet.
We must weather this together.
I will repay this debt.
Abilities. You have news, Masonic? What news do you have? You finally bought your gaming computer yesterday. Nice work! Was it the gaming PC or was it the gaming laptop? I'm not 100% familiar with the PC you opted for. Stop attacking Zero, please, so I can get back to doing the good stuff.
I am your end!
Nice! Alienware Aurora R16, a desktop. Nice, okay, okay. What? Go, which means that we're probably just going to start to use all of our abilities. Nice. Duty completed. Oh, cat left. Oh yeah, she had to talk to her wife. Bride wife.
You
Life
did well to
good.
find me out
Get
here.
in fight with wife. Kill wife. Think about wife.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
The people of Garlemald, thank you.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
You'd what? Huh? What would you do? What would you do?
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
Hopefully you can.
I think so.
Zero, are you all right?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh no! Wait. That's not an echo thing, that's an actual oh no.
What are you doing?
Helping you?
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
A week's worth of booze. Week's worth of boob. Alrighty, Alize, what do you gotta say? Zero's convalescing aboard the train. Julius has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. I can't help but wonder, though, what possessed her to go and fight all those void scent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one buzz would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on here. This is the content you sign up for? Me making a fucking, like, play on words where it's like, oh, it's not 1 week of buzz, it's 1 week of boobs. That's what you're here for. That's what you signed up for. In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. I think it's piety that I want. Also, yeah, I'm like level 600 my item level is like 630. Oh, it was probably talking about how it would sink down to that level. Ooh, Lunar Envoy. I don't have Lunar Envoy stuff. As Alize said, many people owe Zero their lives. This is not her world, nor her battle to fight, yet she risked her life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not be so forgotten. Now then, I expect that our friends will return soon. Once everyone is gathered, we can take stock of the situation. Alright, so long as the stuff is better than like 560 or 640, we should be good. Should be some good loot. Your face is a lot more expressive now? Oh, okay, that's actually nice. That's actually cool to know. Wow. Ah. Blah. Apologies for the delay. I finished replenishing my aether. Full glad am I to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you, those soldiers not least at all. Did I make some changes to the Vignon? Nothing since yesterday. I think it's just a case that I'm actually able to be a little more expressive now when viewing my content. I think it's just the fact that I'm looking at content again. So rather than me being like hyper-focused, being like leaning forward and being like, I need to find out how to like make the thing to do the thing at the place at the time. Instead of doing that, it's more like me just like, you know, having my reactions of just like, oh no, and then all that kind of such. How fared you? Better than I did? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of void scent en route to the snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the void scent that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how Alize, Grant, and I came to find you. While the immediate threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For void sent to appear in such numbers, we must assume that a void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning more of them can come through at their leisure. It seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Manalis and as you intended. What is the state of the snowcraft? Nearly operational, I believe. Vertra is with the engineer, who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulean Ingens? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. Bam. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me, a compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. Okay. I will also like to join you in the tracing void sent to their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the void scent are coming from and see that they are stopped. Take care, Zero. I will. There we go. Alrighty. So, we're heading down there at the bottom of this stuff. I don't want to do the Swallow's Compass with me. What is the Swallow's Compass? I think you're having an aneurysm. I've never heard of the Swallow's Compass. Okay, so it is a dungeon. The Grand Cosmos? Oh, no, you're probably... Sorry, Stormblood. There it is. You're talking about the level 70 stuff. Yeah, throw me an invite. Alright, is code in their chat, or are they gonna jump into mine, I wonder? Hi there, code!
Hey, let's get the shit out of you.
Nah, you didn't scare the shit out of me. I didn't hear like a noise or anything like that. I just saw you in the corner of my eye because of the Fugi react, and I was just like, hello.
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 So yeah, we got Sash with us as well to do it, so it should be just an instant. It should be just an instant hit. And before you ask, no, I have the flu.
I
Aww.
wasn't gonna ask. Wasn't going to. Just assumed low social. There we go. Hip, bip, bip.
Alright. Make sure everybody webby. Brandon's in a cutscene, so he's not webby.
There you are. Your timing couldn't be better. Thanks to the... Oh, actually, you can't hear all this stuff. Hang on a second. Oh, why won't it? Oh, because I have to authorize the Elgato thingy-majiggy again. That's why. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. Did that work that time? Yep, okay, it did. Thanks to the Vroshan's help, I've managed to finish the repairs faster than I anticipated. The mammoth's ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me, too. It'd be my pleasure to get you to where you need to go. You are too kind. Thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Nice. Alrighty. Okay, I need to swap to my Dark Knight. Alright, now I'm ready.
Alright, now you ready? Okay, ready,
Yep.
ready, Freddy. Bloop.
That was quick.
Well, I mean, everyone running around is... I reckon it's a Pictomancer or a Viper.
Oh, fair call. Yeah, especially since there's only like one DPS slot. Yeah,
Yep.
it's a Viper.
Fucking nailed it!
Alrighty, turn on the thingy. And you're going through the cutscene because it's the first time you've done this.
Yeah. Although I haven't swallowed the compass yet. Uh-huh.
Alrighty.
Gotta admit, some of the Viper weapons are pretty
Oh, look at you.
vicious.
You haven't even set your portrait.
Ah, whinge about me fucking portrait.
Oh, wait, what am I thinking? Like, 3 of us will be totally fine with just taking this wall to wall. You're a monk. You'll keep running. Monks get double dash as a bonus.
I know.
I did this, like, in actual, like, recent memory. Like, within the last, like, day or two, I swear. But I think it was for a duty, like, roulette. It wasn't for an actual,
Oh, speaking of duty roulettes, I need to go and grab my book from Idleshire as well.
Oh, I think I can do that now as well. Oh, no, you can do that. Oh, yeah, no, you should be able to do that now, because it's after 6 p.m. The ballads.
I mean, you know, I can be right sometimes.
Yes.
It's extremely scary, though, when it happens.
Wow. What are they wowing about?
Maybe they saw you himbo.
I don't see
And we're all
anything in
like,
the chat. Who knows?
And we're all like, wowie zowie.
I'm as much as I flirt in like in the Twitters and the blue skies, I cannot handle flirting and such like that in the Twitch. I'm just very uncomfortable. This is the introvert life. It's just sort of like, you know, give me 30 minutes and I will have a great like one-liner. Give me a one-liner and I'm just gonna be like absolute fuming for 30 seconds. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to respond to this?
The only thing you hear is just the dial-up on Grant's brain starting to kick in. The number you have dialed is disconnected. Please dial the number and try again.
Oh, I should probably use my mitigations, so then that way, you know, I'm not making it too hard for Sash to have fun.
Yeah.
What are you complaining about? You're a monk. You don't want to worry about
You know
shit.
how regularly I die with Sash around?
Okay, but to be fair, that's not Sash's fault, okay?
I know!
You die because it's your own fault.
I know! That's what I mean!
The Dragon Seal.
Oh, it's a Tengu.
Never heard of the... are they like a Final Fantasy Tactics character?
No, they're just a Japanese yogai.
Ah, okay.
It said that the nose of a Tengu can cure all diseases.
Oh! Why do they make them so long then?
Because the nose of a Tengu can cure all diseases.
That does not answer my question. Oh, here. Yeah, try not to stand in the danger.
But I like the danger.
There we go. Are you punching me? Yes, you are.
No. Why would I be punching you?
Out of confusion. It's a thing that happens with some bosses where it's like if you look at them, they're like, oh, and you're now enthralled by me.
No, I didn't get enthralled.
Okay. Oh, maybe it was just a panic thing where like it looked like you had despair or something like that on you.
Nope, I looked away at the right time.
Ah, okay. Not bad.
Wow, Grant, how little you think of my abilities!
How little I think of the Oh, let me see what happens when I use Blackest Night.
See, the only thing I hear of when I hear Blackest Night is the Green Lantern node.
In Brightest Day, in Blackest Night.
In Blackest Night, no evil shall escape my mind.
Yeah.
Let all those who worship evil's might beware my. Let all those who worship. Is it evil's might or evil's?
Let all those who
were.
Hang on. No, I know this. Let me. Can I start again?
Yeah.
In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let all those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light.
Right. I was getting the two confused. Like, you know, from light and might, I was getting those two confused. Like, for some reason, I was thinking, like Green Lantern's rights.
Green Lantern, my right as a police cop.
I don't know why I thought that was the correct term.
Who knows?
You know what the Orange Lantern's oath is?
I know it's avarice. Is like the emotion like that they control, but I don't know what the oath is.
What's mine is mine, is mine is mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine, 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 mine,
that
mine,
can't be it.
Something along those lines.
Okay.
The whole point of the Orange Lantern is the fact that it's jealous and envy.
Well, it's avarice. It's, you know, this, like, envy and all that kind of such. So, and the funny thing is that, there's only one. There is only one avarice lantern, technically. Because he wants it all for himself. Like, the central battery is his and such like that. And, and like, he just makes lantern clones to, like, you know, be part of the avarice lantern.
Well, actually, given the fact that he's the only one, he's actually one of the more powerful lanterns.
Yeah, he is.
Because he doesn't have to share the power amongst anyone else. Because of that, all the power that he has as an Orange Lantern is pure and unadulterated. Is that the right term? Unadulterated?
Yeah, unadulterated, I believe is the right term.
Some terms like that are really hard. I worry that I might use them incorrectly.
Nah, fair enough.
Oh crap, I thought it was well behind that. You know what? Best Red Lantern out of all the Red Lanterns? Dexter.
Oh, Red Lantern, you said.
Yeah, Red Lantern.
Yep. What's
like,
the one with like
mind.
the dead wings? Blue demon looking. Is she Jet? Or no, she's someone else. I don't want to fill up my inventory. You'd probably be a red the Red Lantern of Red. Well, technically speaking, I think none of us can be lanterns because it has to be like an obscenely like strong like emotion of rage, will, or exhuming will, exhuming fear, and what are some others? Love, hope, avarice.
The Blue Lantern core is hope. The Red Lantern core is rage. The Orange Lantern core is envy.
Avarice.
Envy, avarice, whichever way you want to say it.
Yeah, because avarice is the one of like, you know, taking everything. Envy is this like jealousy of the other side and of the other, what have you, and is normally not
the violet or pink core is love.
Yep, it's violet.
Violet. The white core is the white core. I believe that's all of them, sort of combined, if I'm not mistaken.
The White Lantern core from the... So there's like two different kinds of
Because I know there's one for life, the one for death, and then there was the newer version of the White Lantern Corps.
Yeah, so the new version that would have had I'm trying to remember the name of the lantern. Not Guy Gardner or
John Stewart.
No, not John Stewart either. It was
Kyle Rayner?
Kyle Rayner. Yeah. So he became the White Lantern. And the story beat for him is that there came a point where, like, you know, because he was mentored by one of the Guardians of the Universe as well. He wasn't just taught by whatever Lantern, like Kilowog or what have you. And so he was, like, you know, a little more trained into it and had like a way more like artistic architect mind to it rather than John Stewart's, where it's like crazy kinds of willpower John Stewart is like the engineering brain. What's the first Lantern's name again?
Jordan? Hal Jordan.
Hal Jordan, yeah. Hal Jordan had a crazy amount of willpower. That's his thing. John Stewart has the engineering and, like, military mindset, hence his, like, much more, controlled, old, and solid constructs, as opposed to Hal Jordan's, like, you know, more loose interpretations of some of the more cartoony things. Kyle Rayner was a architect, but way more of an artist. So he had similar sort of things as John Stewart in terms of his constructs, but he was able to make the complexity, like the same complex ones as John Stewart could. But anywhoosies, there was an arc after I think it was during the DC New 52, where several members of different Lantern Corps died, and Kyle Rayner at the time was a Green Lantern, and all of them, so, you know, red, orange, violet,
yeah, all
blue,
of their rings somehow ended up with him.
Yeah, they all saw him as worthy and such, and so there was like this whole arc of, like, you know, trying to figure out like why they were following this, and him also trying to learn, because, you know, he could tap into any one of them. And if he could tap into all of them, then he could be a White Lantern, which was something from prior to the DC 52, back during sometime in the 2010s. Was this...
I think it was during the Dark Lantern Corps one.
Yeah, so because Blackest Night is the arc, and that one is the introduction, and this was like before the whole, like, you know, trying to destroy all the galaxies and reset the universes before the New 52 and such. Basically, anyone that had previously died in the DC universe, in the main continuity, they would be a Black Lantern. And they were forced into the roles, so they were like, also mind controlled or something or rather, because of Blackest Night.
Except for one. There was one that the ring could never awaken.
Batman?
Nope.
Superman?
Nope.
Who?
Doves.
Oh.
From the team of Hawk and Dove, Dove could never be awakened.
Dove and Hawk.
Yeah, Dove and Hawk. In fact, Dove straight out just said, nope, I'm good, brah. Yeah, I'm not putting on the ring.
Ha! Okay,
His soul basically said no.
How?
Because what does a dove symbolize?
Oh, life. So, and
passing.
Yeah. Okay, so
he was good with his death. He was fine with it. He didn't want... Because the Black Lantern rings also fed on the desire to finish what one started.
Yeah.
Their regrets in life, whereas Dove had no regrets in life.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when the ring came to him, he basically said, nah, brah, good. Hawk, on the other hand, basically was the opposite. He
immediately went for it.
Yeah, his soul immediately grabbed that ring and went, hell yeah, yo!
Yeah.
He went gimme, 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 gimme. It's Sun Wukong!
Oh, look at the two of you deciding to like run into the arena rather than wait for code as they're going through the cutscene. Tut 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 tut.
I know, right? Like, how rude. Like, my god.
Yeah, we're fighting Wukong from Journey from the West.
Really? I thought he was from Dragon Ball.
He's actually in Naruto.
Really?
Yeah, the fourth tail beast is Wukong as far as I know.
Oh, okay. I was not aware of that.
I think it's like Kong.
Oh no, he's gonna put it in both ends!
I'm just gonna... Oh. I was reliant on Sash for that direction, and Sash betrayed me. Okay, so lightning pushes us, I think is the way it works. Yep, that's how it works.
Yes! It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. Try to see monkey magics, you know.
Oh, we did that in attack. Oh, and then he's splitting himself in two. Because apparently Wukong can just make a copy of himself in two. Go for the one with lightning. This one.
Although I believe in the fairy tales, one was more of an illusion, wasn't real.
Yes. The Journey to the West is a very crazy novel. I think it's an anthology first and foremost. So like the details we get of Wukong can be from really crazy stories that don't even involve him at the start. Okay, so you need to, start running away.
Come back here, you monkey!
Hey.
Don't make me go Lord Freezer on you.
Over here, over here. Wrong one.
And it all worked out in the end. We're all good.
You're all alive. Yeah, good work on Sash for that one. There we go.
No, bro. Oh, well, I'm dead.
Oh, no. Hey, Sir Dragon! Alright, now we're out of the thingy-majiggies.
Hey! He lied to us!
Alrighty. And this one wants me to go through Lapis... Alright, I'm gonna leave this party. Because you can't join in with me on this one.
No, you leave, yeah, you do that.
Yeah.
And then I think Sash will probably join you, so I'll disband the party so Sash can join you.
Uh-huh.
This Pandu. Actually, what did I pick up, by the way?
Why won't it let me invite? Why won't it let me invite Sash from?
Oh no, I just spammed the party, so she should be free.
Oh, maybe it's just a case of. There we go. Invite to party. There we go. Alright, it doesn't look like... Actually, I should probably double check my friend list, not the social list. Nope, it's just you and Sash that are online right now in my friend list. That's just... Alrighty then.
Huh. Ooh.
Oh my god, we popped it instantly. Amazing. That second last stack was on the Viper and she wasn't gonna move. Oh, terrible. How rude. Ah, and there's an advertisement going off at the start of the dungeon. Wasn't paying attention to that. You're here, Sash. Now you're here. Holy shit! That's not a snowmobile. That's a fucking mining tank. It's one of those big trucks that you see up north.
I might have to return to an inn. I found something I like.
Oh, nice. What did you find?
So I got a really cool top that works really well with a black mage build.
Yeah, okay.
Last night I felt like I got no sleep, even though I went to bed around 11.
Really? Well, to be fair, you probably should have tried to go to sleep before 11. I'm like, normally I feel like 10 p.m. is a good time. Especially, like, what time do you normally wake up?
Depending on when I've got a shift. If I have a morning shift, about 4:30, 5 o'clock. Depending on if I need a shower that day.
Right. Normally, consistency is the key when it comes to trying to have a good sleep schedule for whether or not you'll like feel just as good or not. My God, this Griffin is like absolutely getting decimated so fast.
Are you sure it's not a Peter Griffin?
Okay, that's the last. Bastards.
Something a little later.
What Albus is?
Man, I don't got a good joke for Albus.
That's alright. think it's probably more beneficial for me to Storm Eye rather than Storm's Path. Because sure, Storm's Path gives me like health, like execution in the combo, but I think Storm's Eye might be the better one to go with. And then... Oh yeah, they even said right slam and I didn't pay attention. Oh. Yeah, I still got a limit.
It does.
Ring of Healing. What was it? 605. Pass. How goes the duty there? Spicy. I haven't died yet.
Yet being the operative word.
Yet. Alright,
As we all know, it's a matter of time.
But yeah, there was just like... There was just a number of times where I was just like, oh, I wasn't like properly focused on like the mechanic, such as like the Stampede one. I shouldn't have been hit by any Stampedes, quite frankly, once I knew the order and all that and such, quite frankly. So... Hi there, Arrow! Welcome to the stream! You're doing a good job. Thank you, I appreciate the kind words. How's it going? Also, let's be real, the Reaper isn't impatient if they're like, you know, willing to wait here while I'm dealing with only one group rather than trying to do like a warrior big pull. Because knowing my luck, there's going to be like another group of like 2 or 3 things up ahead. Yeah, I can see one of them right there. Oh, there's another rock. They probably would have preferred having a full thing in the beginning at this point here. far, so good. Striking and healing. Fuck it. Oh my god, they're little dolls. The fuck is up with that? That's weird. Oh my god, there's field notes. I don't want to read these.
You're probably better off reading when you're not being chased or having to deal with other people.
You are right about that.
I know, it's scary sometimes.
I'll read the stuff later then. So much healing here, no fending. Galatea Magna. Scoring time? What's scoring time meaning?
No idea.
Oh, okay, that's weird.
Oh, what trial arrow are you trying to do?
What, sorry?
Apparently arrow is in queue for a trial.
Oh, nice.
Which one of the new... Oh, okay.
Okay, so here I want to stand, I guess? Oh, you... Okay. That's a little bullshit. And then I need to stand here, is it? Yeah. Click away, I'm guessing? Yep. Cool. That would probably get way more annoying with, Yeah, I got that one right. What's Soul Nebula? Oh, you... Okay, so... So there's ding, ding, ding. Oh, god damn it. I got Doom. Oh, shit. Thank you, Sash. I read the numbers wrong. Did it. That worked. Ooh. Bending? Need. Got a better score than Dazzy. What is... Okay, I don't... There's a score?
What?
I'm not too sure.
Unless they're referring to canasta. Which I don't know how to
dialogue,
play.
you got a 7? Oh, okay, hang on. I'll need to read the dialogue again. I guess I didn't realize it was a scoring thing.
Really wish they had more slots for body items, because there's not a lot.
What do you mean for body items? Like in Final Fantasy?
In the armory chest.
Oh! Yeah, I think it's an okay-ish number if you're not like trying to do like multiple grinds at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on. So regimen complete, evaluation rank 7, a respectable performance. Such performance would prove a match for even warrior class voids. Okay. That's good. Especially since that was our first time doing that.
Alright, let's see. Italy Shire. Yay!
Oh, okay, so it's... I thought it was like the closer to 10, the better.
Enter an item code. Boom.
Oh, is that... For some reason I thought it was there. Okay. Hi, Sage! Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. It's one of the new...
All shall cower before the might
Nice!
of
I just got the XP boost meal set from watching your stream.
Hey, what do you know? So yeah, there's viewer rewards.
Mount as well.
Yes, yeah. I think you get the mount at, I think it's like 2 hours or 4 hours. I can't remember which one. No, it can't be 4 hours because I've only been streaming for like 3 right now.
I think it's built up over even watching other people as well. So if you stopped and I moved over to somebody else playing, they go from there.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint.
Hell, it even counts if you're watching yourself through Twitch. I've noticed.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't.
Brace yourselves.
I mean, I'm not going to complain. Easy way to earn crap.
I bring my all to bear.
Containment Bay Z1 T9 Extreme. I think I've unlocked that yet.
Damn it, missed it. Oh shit, we lost Sash.
No!
Drink deep of blackest terror!
That you were so young.
Okay, the Reaper is an impatient ass. They forgot we had a red mage on the team.
Why? Did they just move out, did they?
Yep, they just fucked off.
I wonder how you'll taste.
Wow. Like, wow.
Battles are so whet the appetite.
Alright, I'm gonna have
to... brain stopped working.
That.
Journal.
No more games!
Wait, the red mage came back?
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
not the red mage,
So
the-
it wasn't the red mage that died. It was Sash died first because of it missing only one mechanic. So then the Reaper decided to be like, oh, I guess healer dead. Let's just, you know, jump off and, you know, let the whole thing like reset or something like that. Which was like, you know, like I get that for when you do it for trials and what have you, especially how early we did. Okay, I think we need to.
Yeah. But I think they dum-dum.
Yeah, no, they just... Yeah.
Oh, yay. My biscuits have arrived.
Oh! Hi, Danny. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Trying to survive right now.
The experience
Good,
biscuits.
good. A fitting finale.
I probably did not do Sash any favors by catching nearly every single one of his fucking paths.
Why are you still alive?
Alright, so those were the first ones. Those are the second ones. And... oh, okay, so... This way. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. And then... push off. Almost there. There we go! We did it. Poetics got another 60 because one or more of the party members had yet to complete this duty. Yes, me. I had yet to complete this duty. Alright, now I can say a proper hello to Mango Roo Bear. Hi, hello. Love the classic boss music for the Endwalker post-story bosses. Nice! I don't have the background music too loud just because, you know, all kinds of other noises and such. Let's see. Danny came in. Hi, welcome. Hopefully you had a wonderful time. I'm playing Bubble Bobble. Give it to the red mage for obvious. Oh my god, they left. The red mage left. I'm not giving it to the Reaper. Nah, fuck that. I'm not giving the accommodation.
The Reaper can be pooping.
Yeah. I'm not giving it to the Reaper. Was Sammy the red mage, or was Sammy the... Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo. A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
Probably because he absorbed her.
I dare say what you felt was this.
Hello!
Oh! It's one of the eyes. Okay. I knew why.
What have you done to Ashdaya? If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez. Assuming you've the strength to face him.
Most likely.
A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done, and to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
I don't think he's gonna tell you.
At long last, I go to join the great.
Astidian just leaning in is just leaning in and is just like, are you gonna eat that? Can we talk about Cagnazzo's Aussie accent? Was it Aussie? I wasn't paying attention to accents.
There can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
And I have it muted, so I can't hear it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, Ashdaya. I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
So what now?
Now we go into the void.
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more voidsent.
Huh. The void? Are you looking at my soul?
Nah, that's your stomach.
Oh. Well, I
Very
mean,
well.
same basic
Let
concept.
us take a moment to consider our options.
Also, how's it going, Mango Rubear? You have a bowl of rice, do you?
Now comes the important question. What do you have with the rice?
So, we have discovered the source of the void-sent outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Likewise, I see little reason why the Reapers choose to live in such an inhospitable place. I think it's less that it's inhospitable and more the fact that it's got aether in there. Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy. In the Age of Alag, Emperor Zande created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of aether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the Void. One need but have the requisite amount of aether, such as harbored by a great worm's eye. And as its aether is indeed greatly diminished... In Grant's vision, Golbez let his archfiends fiend upon Azdaja's aether. If he has also taken an eye to open this gate... It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must return hopeful and continue our search. What I find curious is why our foes choose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Azdaia vanished into the void. And while their overarching plan remains a mystery, what exactly was Cagnazzo's part in it that he had finished? Maybe they're trying to find more efficient ways of opening void sent portals? The fact that they also opened it like all the fucking way down here instead of, you know, somewhere useful? You may now enter Lapis Manus with a party of NPCs. Yep. Cool. Alright. Lunar Envoy gear offending. Oh my god, it's like a full-on... Okay, hang on a second. Ding. Where the fuck is... where's the Lunar Envoy shit? Oh. Okay, so it's it's augmented. Augmented Lunar Envoy face card. Okay. So ding. Augmented. And it's really cool that we get blue gear of all things. So yeah, because it's like 630 and that's 640.
But are you blue? Da boo dee ba.
Da boo dee da boo da da boo dee da boo da. Yep, we look like we're ready to go into a void. Oh, and we get ourselves some more Lunar Envoy gear. Let's see, we get it for either the aiming, the scouting, the healing, or the casting. I'm probably going to go for the healing set.
Grant, a healer?
Oh my goodness. Well, it's just one of the few. Oh, Azdaja, what has become of you? That even your eyes should be so spent of aether. I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer, but how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Vatra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Alphino and Alizé back at the village. Hi there, Davy boy! My break has gone fairly well. I really it was nice, you know, taking a month off. I didn't like take a full, like it wasn't like a proper vacation considering I was still working full time. I didn't have like a proper week off until the last week of June, and even then it wasn't really a proper week either because I was still on call over the Friday over the weekend and Monday, Tuesday. So I wasn't actually in like, you know, a proper relaxation mode until like the middle of Tuesday and then throughout the rest of the week. So, but hey, a few days of like everything not on schedule meant that I still had those days. So, you know, I think you can go back and read the lore from the dungeon at this point too. It's an interesting area. Nice. All right, let's see if we can backtrack.
A1401F1997 demands you drink.
Sounds good. Alrighty, so yeah, it looks like we can backtrack. Yeah, look at this gear. Oh, I'm also not using like the highest like graphical quality because I was going through like a whole slew of problems yesterday afternoon. There's drops. Didn't see any in the Twitch drops earlier. Yeah, no, there's drops. it should, so, because I turned on, like, the viewer reward thingies, so depending on how long you watch, like, in a singular instance, or, like, in a collective instance of the Final Fantasy XIV streams, you should unlock, like, boosted XP meals and even a mount, so that's something
Okay, so you get the boosted XP meals.
Mm-hmm.
So you get 2 of them, the Fat Chocobo ones and the Buttery Mog Biscuit ones. They both pretty much do the same thing. They give you an XP bonus of 4% for 30 minutes, so 1% more than what your regular stuff gets you. They also give you Piety and Vitality.
Yep. What does Piety do again? Piety affects the MP regeneration. Regeneration rate is determined by Piety, only applicable when in battle, and role is here. Healer. Okay. Cool. 10 XP meals, which will be handy since they're still early game. Yeah, no, fair enough. Are you, so you're still at, like, where are you at, Alpha Wolf? Are you at, like, a Realm Reborn, or are you in Heaven's Ward? Sashera, right now, is actually going through... She's running through New Game Plus, so rather than going straight into Dawn Trail, she's actually trying a little bit of the, She's, like, rehashing through New Game Plus for some of the stuff. Okay, there isn't anywhere I can go from around here. You haven't played in a while? You're, like, level 11? So super early. Ah, okay, super early base game. I don't see Vatra with you. Is everything alright? He needed a moment to himself. While he is indisposed, we thought we'd lend you a hand. I've just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Void Scent, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As for Alphino, he's set his sights on the Cerulean Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would help the people warm for a good while. We've managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the Ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you've a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them filled. You wrapped up base A Realm Reborn today, actually. It's interesting stuff. Hey, nice. I remember, because you mentioned... I remember, because I was, like, sneaking in one of your streams, by the by, Sash. Also, shout out to Sashera. She does, like, streaming and what have you as well. You, like, commented how there was, like, stuff in A Realm Reborn that you, like, when you first heard of it and such, you were like, oh, yeah, I remember this and such, and that it, like, you know, played into, like, stuff way later on as well.
Shit. I don't remember where any of my emotes are at any given time. Oh, this one.
Oh, I know this one.
This dude, Grant, I'm trying to do memes. Yes, we get Aisha to come have 14 time with us, yes? We come get Aisha to join us in Final Fantasy XIV, yes? You like? Look at this fucking nerd.
Way to ruin the shot, Grant. Way to ruin the shot.
I was advertising the fun benefits of joining Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, complete with a free trial up to the entirety of the Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime.
Nerd.
You should know this code. You should know these words. You went back and clipped it. It was so funny. Nice. Good to hear, Sashar. God damn it, thumbs. So yeah, you'll be listening. You're gonna drive back to the beach. Not to worry. So yeah, no, honestly, whoever that friend was, Sashar, that you're trying to convince to play Final Fantasy, you should play Final Fantasy XIV. It is actually fairly fun. Two things I would however, recommend, though, especially now that there's been, like, more and more expansions released and what have you, and they've now, like, closed off this, this arc that took like 10 years for them. It's not going to take you 10 years to go through that arc. It took me 3 years. Two things. Number one, pace yourself. Do not think that you're going to somehow, bang it out in like 6 months or less. It won't be healthy. Pace yourself. Go for like, it took me like 3 years, and the reason why is because for a long while, I only played like once a week for like 3 to 6 hours a day in this game. And that was just the main story stuff between that 3 to 6 hours. So that's the first thing. Secondly, get yourself a posse. A Realm Reborn and some bits of like Heaven's Ward may not be all that fun, like lengthwise on their own, but if you've got a group of friends with you that can keep you company, help you get to the dungeons, or better yet, be like, fun little voice actors and sort of, be there in the experience with you. Because here's the thing, like, Code, I'm fairly sure, went through more of the, like, at one point I did outpace Code, technically speaking, but you got into critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV before I did, didn't you?
Yeah, but I didn't have the money for a lot of for the subscription for a while, so I sort of fell behind for quite some time, which is how you managed to catch up and overtake.
Yeah, because you were in Stormblood, I want to say? You were around, like, the Stormblood kind of time, but when I outpaced you?
Stormblood, yeah.
So, yeah. 100%, the game is so much fun with other people. Goat, the other friend who was in the chat to prompt the little spiel, has been loving the game, and he's wondering why he hasn't started sooner. He's already level 50. That's pretty good! Nice work! Get OP healer friend to keep you alive throughout the entire game. Gotcha. Yes!
Yeah,
Code was my...
find one.
Code was my healer. I know he plays as Monk, and he's doing, like, all kinds of different DPS stuff right now, but Code was that healer for me for a while.
Yee!
Actually, so the first people I played Final Fantasy XIV with, Code the Yoshi, but even before then, it was Savage Burr, or at the time it was Savage Durg, and Thorn the Bull. I used to play with them. Time zone and, like, just, I hopped from the North American data center over to Oceania when I had a chance, so that happened. I lost track of them and lost sight of them or something rather, but then I was still playing with Code. Code and I were playing, like, co-op games, like, all the time, so it was really easy for us to, like, jump into Final Fantasy XIV and just sort of, like, vibe and shit, and like I did in this stream, Code's interested in a dungeon to, like, progression reasons, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely, and jumped in with them.
Yeah. Also, Sash, I'm joking. You're our best healer. We all know that.
Yes.
My healing is shit in comparison.
It's still good, though. Let's be real. Considering I have not done the healer role for anyone in our party of, like, or the posse of people that I play with, I still have, like, a level, I think it's, like, 53 or 55 white mage, and that's it. So...
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Wondrous Tales are up and running.
Yep, I need to I'll get through this dialogue and what have you. Would you and Y'shtola mind helping us with our search, then? You'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring, and then back to the snowcraft once you fill them with ceruleum. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Abso-fucking not.
If you're ever in Goblin or Crystal, a pumpkin man will... A Dullahan will help you out, actually. The pumpkin head is to hide the Dullahan nonsense.
You mean the Headless Horseman?
Almost. Ow! I look forward to it now. I'm excited. This is less of a container and more of a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. Oh. Oh, hey, Garlean. Notes. Dilapidated? What's dilapidated? This is less a container and more of a sieve. Oh. Alright, the hole poked is going to most likely be a sieve, so We need a sturdy barrel. Checking for its sturdiness. The container appears to be well suited for repurposing. It would be a fine choice for ceruleum storage. There we go. Gosh. I have so many other things, like, side content-wise, that I need to go through with this game as well. I have not yet done, Asphodelos. I've not done Asphodelos, and I've not done, the Realm of the Gods. I've not done those two yet, so... Dilapidated means a state of ruin. Rightio. Thank you, Davey boy. Greatly appreciate... Thumbs.
Thumbs?
Yeah, my thumbs don't work in Vignon's tracking. Is that...
Are you not using, your finger?
I'm using the leap motion, but the thing is that the tracking in the leap motion, the tracking within Vignon is not the same tracking as in Vignon. It doesn't work the exact same way. Like, neck movements are much more reduced in Vignon. I'm not entirely certain how to make it so I can allow, like, way greater range of movement for the neck. I'm not too sure if it's, like, a limitation because of the armature structure of my zebra, because he has, like, no upper chest. He only has, like, chest. And then, meanwhile, like, thumbs, for whatever reason, like, this is, like, my thumbs up here is, like, quote-unquote, I think it's, like, 0 or something. And so when I close them, they do, like, you know, a crazy amount down, as you can see here, like... Yeah. But yeah, so... Aglea and Asphodelos. Them two. Anywho, yeah, if you're later on, I'll see you then. But for now, I gotta go shopping. We'll keep the stream on, though. Oh, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it, Davey boy. You'll most likely get some viewer rewards when you keep it on as well. So, hopefully you'll enjoy... Thumbs. Hopefully you'll enjoy the food and the mount that you'll get from, you know, leaving the stream open. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you have hope you have good shopping. Which one's the Pandemonium? Is Pandemonium the circle stuff or something else? Yeah. The container is now filled to the brim with ceruleum. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Astinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. There's late night shopping in New Zealand, I'm sure. Asphodelos is the first wing of Pandemonium. Ah, okay. Alright. And then, dink, drop this here. Snowcraft is all but overflowing with ceruleum containers. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view of their return. Oh, Ireland. Yeah, it's the middle of the day. Oh, Davey boy. Since it's 2024 and Star Trek always like predicts the future 100% accurately with no misfortunes, how goes the Great Irish Unification projects? Is it gonna happen? Are we gonna get the Great Irish Unification? Would be good.
Did we really just go there?
Yes.
Is Ritra not back yet?
All caps from Davey boy. Okay, follow-up question. Do we want the Great Irish Unification?
My apologies for the delay.
Davey boy, just smile and nod, mate. Just smile and nod.
It's a sticky subject. Ah, okay.
I am.
So like the...
As distressing as this.
So like the McDonald's Quarter Pounder in the UK, as labeled, 100% and UK
While it is
and
no
Irish
longer
beef.
possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may
Speaking
yet
of the
lead us
UK,
to
guess
her.
what's now in the UK?
An election?
Were it
Tim
not for
Tom.
your encouragement,
Sorry?
I would never
Tim
have dared to
Tom.
embark on my search.
Tip-top?
Much
What?
less come this far.
Night Sky
Tim
Gem paid me to say
Tams.
goodnight,
Oh,
Jarl.
Tim Tams.
Time for
Zu's
bed.
faith.
Sorry,
will
I
find my
had to go a
sister,
little bit more American for Grant to
wheresoever
understand.
she may be.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't speak, you know,
We'll return the eye to her together.
I understand Australianese. You just have a lazy accent.
Wow.
The blind girl
Though
like
tempted,
stares
the eye
at the
has
eye.
not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been
Well,
able
I don't
to
think she's
resist its
staring at the eye
influence.
per se. I think she's staring at the aether within the eye.
That is true. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like she's
What's that
staring at
sound
the
like?
eye. It's a political mess that constantly causes riots in the north. when it's
Well,
brought up.
as much as we'd love to
okay.
take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because you are trying to be
Because
nice.
comrades look out for one another. And I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
It'd be a mess, but you're overall a mixed bag. Some want it, some don't. Some will fight even at the mention of it. Fair enough. So it's one of those scenarios where the simple solution has been like for generations now has now been outside of our grasp because of just the simple state that people aren't infallible or static, and so the people and the times will change, and that there's this sort of like mixture and what have you, that to simply break away or to try and put things back together won't come so easily, and so it brings into a greater discussion like what is it that people do want, and is the desires of today the same desires they have back when it was like first separated.
Yeah. I'm gonna head off, Grant, because I'm gonna get ready for bed soon.
Oh, fair enough.
Thanks for having
I
me
should
around,
probably.
and thanks for helping me out with that little dungeon.
Not to worry. I'm glad I was able to help you out with the little dungeon. I should probably. I'll go through a little more of the mission, and we'll see how we go. Okay.
Well, I'll talk to you later on. Bye.
Bye. So yeah, that was Code. Let me give Code a Yoshi the shout out. And that way you know where to follow them and see when's the next time they'll be streaming or playing. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. I'm glad we had the chance to talk. Zero, take care. Until next time. Mainly the monarchy keeping things tangled. Ah, okay, so... Fucking monarchy. Till next time. I can put all that envoy stuff into the... Alright, so what do they want next? Paths barred. 0 wishes to know your next destination. King Urchin, some juice, Garlean pizza. We're definitely going to go for the pizza, chat. Am I right in assuming that we are to return to the Void? Now that matters here have been settled, yes. But first, we should return to Razadhan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Meghaduta. R.I.T. Ooh, we got ourselves a new playing card. Nice. So yeah, I will need to get rid of some of this stuff. I don't know what to do with... I've already unlocked these field notes. I'm not too sure if they can be used for anything else other than just, you know, being unlocked for field reports. Alright. Wait at the designated location. Yeah, alright. So, teleport over there. Calamity Janeway. Nice. Alright, hang on. I gotta do the needful. Ding. Check the stuff. Alright, no duplicate items to send in there. No items there. Charlene is so empty now. I guess everyone has, like, a new place to go. I'll hopefully, like, see the new place. Nothing there. Alright, this will definitely have some duplicates. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then Piety can go in there. The chunks I can just sell at price. And then... Yep, no, miner will just do its mining stuff. The adorable Boyton. Kitetsio Vambrace is cool. Ooh, we get 9,000, or 1,900, sorry. I cannot count for the life of me. Nothing goes in there. I could put the maps, but I'd rather use them shortly. Alrighty. Now, the next question. Is there a place I could possibly, like, retire to? Like, to sleep in this area? Is there such a place in Razadhan where it can be like, oh, hey, you wanna just, like, you know, go to sleep or something like that? Yeah, just drop on in here. Because I don't think there is one. Not here, at least. Yeah. Possibly not. Alright. So, let's go through a little more of this mission.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Oh! That's not supposed to happen, is it? The fuck is going on there?
What was that?
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
Sounds
it wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Sounds like void sent nonsense. Dun dun dun. Dun. Dun dun.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
Why not?
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom!
Boom.
A massive fiend then took to the skies! Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you. Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Karnyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm.
Yeah, that's not good.
I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait! You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
Smart thinking. We can work together on this. That's the trick, right? We work together on all this nonsense?
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the isle for casualties. The fiend, I leave to you. The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany him?
Very well.
Hey, we're getting help from Zero.
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
Hi, Freckles! Welcome to the stream! Hopefully you're doing alright. We're getting kind of close to the end, because, like, let's see, I've been streaming for the last I've been streaming for the last 4 hours. I'm honestly surprised the PC was able to, you know, go for so long without much troubles. So yeah, welcome! If one of my moderators is live, could you please give a shout out to Freckles, please? They are an amazing artist. Up in Chile. Hopefully I said that correctly. Chile? Does it matter if it's Chile or Chile? We know the fiend was headed north.
It's certainly not like the whole convention.
Maybe the taxes are lower on the divers.
Gotta keep that diaper tax. That's
yeah.
100%. Gotta make that diaper.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was a curse thing I just said on the stream.
You're very softly. You and your friend on the stream are very softly spoken. It still leaves a lot of ground for us to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? We split up and make inquiries. That's the easiest way I can imagine. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it's best, then very well. So, where to then? Hope you're enjoying your break. Oh no, I'm off break now. I'm no longer on break. The break was only for the month of June. So in actuality, so now I'm done with my streaming break. Hence why you're seeing me, like, you know, actually streaming again this month in July. So, happy July, I'm back. So, I'm gonna try and get through as much Final Fantasy XIV as I can this week. So long as my PC doesn't struggle with it, I'm probably gonna be playing Final Fantasy each night. So, normally, I start, like, at around 6 p.m. on any day that I normally do decide to stream if I have to work. So, for instance, tomorrow will be, July 3rd for me. You just saw someone with your dream mount? What, what one? I don't know. The great work and the encampment are at Hamsa's hatchery. If both places are to the north, and the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well, I will head to the great work and leave the encampment to you. So yeah, this is me, GrantZeebs, as a Viera. And check this out. Isn't he beautiful? Isn't he? Look at him, he's so cute! He's so amazing! Look at him. Look, he's gonna stick his, like, he does a little dash and then he's gonna stick his tongue. Look, he sticks his tongue out! He sticks his tongue out. It's acquired by completing 3,000 mentor roulettes, so you have to be a mentor. It's a twin-seat Pegasus mount. Ah. Yeah, I'm not a mentor. I don't think I can become a mentor either. Like, you need at least, what was it, like 1,500 commendations or some nonsense? Yeah, I've got like 500. I barely scratched the mentor requirement. I don't know what that blue tick is for. And then there's another one there. There's all these blue ticks that I do not have context for, like, what they unlock. You think you're close to qualifying? You have 1,322 now. Nice work. So yeah, it's taken me a while to get here. Saw the light over at Buffalo Remnants 2, did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We will continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. Cool. Alright, so that was one person from the hatchery. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Baflua remnants before heading north, you say? I saw what I thought was a ball of flame flung from the explosion. Now I wonder... It flew north, in the direction of Khadga. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands, and we must remain vigilant. So, yeah. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Baflua remnants as well. We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Khadga? By the sisters! Had I learned of this sooner... Never mind. There is no time to waste. We're gonna get ourselves a Garlian pizza. And then... Desires untold. Now appraised of the situation, Nodbadine is eager to take action. Confound it! We were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Is there a way to the top of Kafka? What? You mean to go there to investigate? Yes. Then again, you are more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish. We will leave this in your hands. The Giant's Gold Grounds are situated at the base of Khadga. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Quitanar, for instance, he has worked there the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. Alright, let's go for... this one. So silly, I love it. You want to climb Khadgar? Couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Sramul. He climbs like a Langa and might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. How to reach the top of Khadgar? After what happened, that should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. But yes, I'm familiar with another route that should still be passable. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions. I'll take you to where the route starts, but no further, alright? Yep. We now proceed upwards. Bert. 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 Bert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi.
We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
That's not good.
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void.
Well, we're going to need to
Agnazzo and
use...
Ashdaya's eye were a diversion. A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
Oh, boy. This sounds like that I'm probably going to unlock a trial or something like that. As tempting as it would be to stay up until midnight going through the rest of this patch... Ooh, who's this? Where the fuck are your shoes?
Such an exquisite sight. A canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
Are you the one who destroyed the treasure vault? Yeah, keep that robe there.
I am Rubicante, the archfiend of fire.
Ah.
A monster in flesh. Yet in spirit I remain a man. A prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world. Until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon. But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse.
Trial?
I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
Okay, it sounds like we're going into a trial against Rubicante. Sounds like a trial. Mount Ordeals is now accessible. All right, that is going. We're not going into a trial. We're not going into a trial. Not at this point. I'm heading back to Limsa Lominsa. I'm gonna call it a night here. We don't need to go through this with it. You know, it's past 10 o'clock. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I've got work the next day that I gotta consider. I am going to put a pause on this. I need to find an apartment. I need to find a room to sleep in. We can't sleep in the guild property, can we? We're not allowed to sleep in those areas. It would be nice if we could. So, besides, you know what? Going into blah 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 blah. Going into this trial in tomorrow's stream will probably be like a really fun thing we can do. Alright then, first and foremost, pop open this. Alrighty. And then we start putting away... Seraphim's Cane is at level 60, yep. Augmented thingy-majiggy for healing. That's for the Gladiator. I'll probably, like, desynthesize that or something. That away. I think I'm beyond the level of the Palaka. I do like... Oh, it has to be a 100% durability or I won't go in. Damn it. I'm probably gonna try and pick up the Palaka, like the rest of the Palaka stuff for the Gladiator, because it honestly... What I was wearing, it felt and looked cool. I quite liked it. Augmented Lunar Envoy stuff. Nothing from the neck. Actually, the augmented... Because I can now put that away. And... Yep, because that's only level 80. I'm still using one of the rings, no doubt. And there we go. So far, so cool, yeah. But yeah, one of the things I'll probably do is update, like, the quality of the graphic settings. Because I had it set to, like, standard laptop or something like that with, like, high UI elements. But I will probably go for, like, a higher quality and remove things such as the, like, low detail on distant objects and all that kind of such. Especially since they're deciding to do NVIDIA DLSS in these things. It's a shame. Weird that, like, my thing is, like, bumping between, like, 50 frames and 60, though. Frame rate below 50. Oh, okay, so I can dynamically scale the resolution of an individual render target to reduce it. When graphic upscaling will be processed automatically, a target frame rate may still be selected. So yeah, discard changes. But yeah, ding, exit game, exit game. So yeah, that we will be picking up on more Final Fantasy XIV, most likely tomorrow. We're not going to go through more of it tonight. I'm not going to go fishing or any of that kind of nonsense or try and do any Borgia Southern Front nonsense. So that will be it for tonight. Let me get the music going again while I go and see if there is someone we should go and raid. Let me see who is online. Let us see. Let us see. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. A lot of people in my follow list have been streaming for quite a while, so I may not go with a following. I'll go with similar size or smaller. Let's have a look. Ooh, hello. Ding, ding, ding. Where'd they go? I saw them just recently. Where'd they go? Saw them just like a moment ago. There they are. Alright, we're gonna go for... Thank you for the amazing stream. It was lovely to listen while driving. Have a great day tomorrow and an amazing night. Thank you so much, Sage. Thank you for sticking around and lurking. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful drive and what have you. Alrighty. I'm gonna check... Alright, is this person... Alright, looks like they're a little bit deep into the game. But you know what? We're gonna go and raid into someone named Red Gambit. They're right now going through like a blind run of No More Heroes 2. It looks really fun from the what's-a-mahoozy Nintendo like Wii era. I think it's from the Wii era. So yeah. So what is going to be our raid message? It's really tempting to be like, oh, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy? But I feel like that would be a terrible copy pasta, because it's especially like such a long copy pasta as well. What would be a good one? Maybe we'll just do our classic himbo raid, actually. So if you're like subscribed to me, the raid message should be available for you. What about my thumbs are broken? Oh, actually, you know what? That would be a good one. All right, let's go with that one. We'll go with so we're gonna go raid into Red Gambit. And we're going to use the raid message, my thumbs are broken. And we're going to do a crying emote for it as well, if you want to join. So I'm going to be using a crying emote. So you're welcome to use your own crying emotes if you want. But if you're subscribed, you have the opportunity for using those. And yeah, we'll get ready to raid in shortly. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you everyone who came along to the stream and stuck around with me. I know we're getting close to Dawn Trail, and some people may not want to be spoiled for that. And I haven't like set up a schedule for what this week is going to look like, but it's going to be probably more Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow night, and we're probably going to do that the next night and the next night, and then Saturday. Hey, we're going to be, going through way more of it starting in the morning. But otherwise, I hope you all had a wonderful afternoon, evening, good night, morning, wherever you are. And I will hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now.